Yeah, I'm ready. I've actually got the agenda all printed out and I looked at it and hopefully this will go all right.
My confidence is high.
And Randy joining from Latin America maybe isn't quite as high.
Just got a text. Maybe you did too. He's having some technical challenges. Says we can start without him if we need to.
All right, maybe give him like a few minutes here to get squared away if you can.
That sounds good to me. I don't believe, I mean, he'll tell us, but I think he was saying he didn't get his passport and wasn't therefore able to go anywhere. I should let him for his
like he never went to Mexico, you're saying?
I didn't, that's what I had heard last, but I mean,
that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Yeah, my border crossings were pretty uneventful, but it's funny, I was like 100% focused on getting from the United States to British Columbia. And then once I got to British Columbia, I'm like, wow, I never even thought about getting back to the United States. I go to this grocery store, I'm sorry, pharmacy in Revelstoke, British Columbia to get the insight on testing. And they're like, there's no testing whatsoever. And there's no big towns. So it was pretty much impossible to get a test without having to drive to Vancouver or Calgary. So I called the border agent in the border crossing back into Washington State, and all I had to do is show my passport. So it turned out to be no big deal, but I needed to be looking ahead one move, and I wasn't.
Yeah, and I think while you were gone, the CDC put Canada on like the high risk list. It was the getting back in that worried me too.
So is Randy in Empire then?
I don't know. He may have decided to go somewhere else in country. I know he was looking forward to getting some time off for the first time in years.
Yeah. Can't blame him for that. All right, well, we'll give him 60 more seconds. And then Brian, I see you're here. I see your name's on this first. Actually, George is the chair, so I'll let him finish out his term.
Okay. Yeah, we've got kind of a lot of non-controversial stuff to get through that we might as well just get started on. So yes, it is 8:34. This is the first regularly scheduled Board of County Commissioners meeting of 2022 on January 18th. First thing on the agenda, as always, is public comment. So if you wish to make a public comment, you can click raise hand on your screen. We'll give you 3 minutes to hear what's on your mind. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Next thing on the agenda is consideration of approval of resolution number 22-05. Resolution of appointment and acknowledgement for certain county positions. Do we have any, Brian, do you have any comment on this?
I really don't. This probably should really have the commissioner's name on it as opposed to mine. This is an item that you do every year with respect to appointing certain county positions yourselves to various committees. And it also includes the chair, etc. So
I think I've only got one question, maybe a couple more. I'm looking at the list, and for those of you listening, these are things like DRCOG, I-70 Coalition, and CC4CA. The county commissioners kind of divide and conquer, representing the county at a state level and a regional level. And it's a pretty long list, and it's not just the commissioners. There's a lot of key staff who are on this list as well. But when I look at, where was it? There's a DRCOG transportation item, and it had me, DRCOG Regional Transportation Committee. It has me listed as the alternate with nobody as the chair or the representative. And this is about halfway down page 2.
I see
Yeah, I
that.
see it.
Tim?
Do you want me to
Good.
remove it or?
I'm embarrassed to say I'm not even sure what it is, because I've never been to a DRCOG Regional Transportation Committee meeting.
Perhaps what we can do, I mean, this might just be a clerical error. If anyone knows
Be Randy.
what that committee is up to, it would be Randy or Amy, maybe you. And but given that he's not here, we could just take this up later, like this particular committee. But Amy, I didn't mean to say your name and then just speak over you. You need it.
I attend at least one DRCOG meeting, but I'm not the main representative. I believe Randy is, but yeah. I don't know much more about it than any of you.
Okay, and remind me, how hard is it for us to amend this? I think it's not hard at all, right?
I think you're correct.
There's another one a few boxes down, and I know I talked to Tom Candlin and Brian Monsu, and I think Brian, you and I had a quick chat about it too. Alec from Clear Creek EMS has been serving as a de facto representative for the Foothills Regional Emergency Medical and Trauma Advisory Council, otherwise known as RETAC. And I think there's some, I don't know that George, you and Randy and I've talked about it, but outside of us, there's consensus that Alec has already been serving in the role. He's been active, and he seems like a great candidate, because we have 3 spots that we're able to use. And for some reason, we just never memorialized his participation as being a full representative from Clear Creek.
Yeah, thank you for chasing that down. I thought I had recalled a conversation about him serving on that board as well, and that the board had, oh, by the way, I see that Randy's in the waiting room.
Oh.
And that the board had at least sort of issued direction or consent that he served there. I don't know that we have formalized it.
I'm almost sure that he came before the Board of County Commissioners and basically expressed his interest, and I thought we agreed. It just seems like, I talked to Linda from, who's the executive director of the Foothills RETAC, and she said that she had never seen any board resolution or indication from this board to appoint him. And I think we just I think it was an administrative oversight.
That's my recollection as well. And Randy, just to catch you up here, I'm enjoying taking as long as I can to enjoy my last couple moments as chair, of course. So we're going to go through this with a fine-tooth comb. We are looking at the appointment resolution. And there's something that we talked about a moment ago that we can circle back to. Right now, we were talking about the RETAC board appointment. And Sean and I were remembering that Alec had come in front of us and had a conversation about being appointed to that board, and we had consented. And he's been kind of serving, but we never made it official, is what I think I remember. I think Sean remembers. Do you remember that?
I remember it the same way.
Okay.
So we have a unanimous remembrance.
Okay. In that case, I think, and I think that this, does this appear somewhere else on the agenda as well? Or did I just see an email about it? Because I know we had, in the meantime, we had our fire authority perceive a vacant position and submit some interest from,
Don Kugel.
thank you, from Don Kugel.
So I'm going to put Alec Gerard's name in there. Is that sound correct?
I think so. And then we'll just have to, someone, I guess it can be me, can explain to the fire authority what happened there. And then why don't we back up to what we were talking about, Randy, right before you came into the room, which was DRCOG Regional Transportation Committee. This is about halfway down the second page.
Right.
Sean is listed as the alternate, and we don't have a formal appointee.
I think the reason is because they require for that particular committee. And I don't know if we want to leave it that way and then circle back on it after we check with DRCOG. My recollection is they like a staff person in that role for some reason. And I thought we had Fred Rolenhagen there. So I think the best thing to do, since I'm the DRCOG representative, is to get a hold of them. I can get a hold of Melinda, the DRCOG meetings tomorrow night, and I can anyway, I'll get a hold of her. I'll talk to them then or something and find out exactly what the deal is, so we can fix that appointment once we know what it is they want. Because it could be that Amy's the better person to have on that at this point. You know?
I was just going to say I'd be glad to do that.
I think that would be a pretty appropriate thing, and so that would be my first. Let me just find out what they want, and then we can let them know. And if it's a staff person, I think Amy would be the right person.
Okay, so we can take that back up. Then I think that's what I hear you saying, is we take that back up at the next meeting.
Sure.
Um,
Any others? You know, there's another one that I saw, and honestly, I think it should be done as much as as an honor for all the work you've been doing there, or something, or recognition of it. But at CC4CA, they have me listed as the representative and you as an alternate. And I think that ought to be the other way around. I mean, you're the guy that's doing all the work there. That their meetings almost always, I mean, I've worked on some policy stuff, and a couple of years ago, you know, wrote that draft transportation agenda for them. But otherwise, I'm kind of like a freelancer for them. They call me up if they want me to testify, or you let me know, or something like that. And I hardly ever have time because their meetings are almost always in conflict with one of the other boards or commissions I'm on. And
Okay.
so I think that ought to be flipped around or something.
I'm happy to have that happen. And then of course on page 1, the next thing up is chairman of the BOCC. I know historically we rotate. I see no reason not to continue that. And I think that Sean, as the temporary chairman, would be the person to be the chairman this year.
I would agree.
Okay, so we can pencil Sean in. Sean, I look forward to your wonderful leadership, trying to keep all of these bullfrogs herded. And then temporary chair, I think, of course, the rotation would mean that you would become temporary chair, Randy.
That I would, yeah. You said I would, yeah, sure. That puts me in, so that means that my reign of terror, as Sean once described it, would begin again next year in January.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
okay.
my reign of terror is just about over. Okay, so then I see a blank in Suicide Prevention Coalition. I don't know that we are gonna find an answer to this right now, except I did reach out to Laura Robertson kind of coincidentally about this coalition, and I know Mountain Youth is engaging with them. This, rather than make up an appointment here, maybe that's something we can ask staff to circle back and see who on our staff is currently engaging with that group, and maybe a Mountain Youth Network person or someone else wants to do that. They're doing good work. I know they have an event coming up pretty soon here in Clear Creek. Local Bar Association alternate is empty. I guess that's
JCRB.
on the JCRB. We would probably Peter,
We don't have anybody to fill that position because the only bar member in the county, as far as I know, is me.
Yeah.
So I was just going to ask if there were any other good lawyers around. But
We did have the JCRB update this for us. So all these members on here are current for 2022.
Would someone like Bob Leffler be an appropriate alternate if he was willing to do it?
I can ask Bob about it. I discussed it with him early on, not being an alternate, but his participation when he was actually county attorney. So I will speak to him about possibly.
Filling in
An
his,
alternate.
I can think of one other person that I can't remember the last time. I'm not sure if he may still be practicing law, but
Well, Sarah Casano may have some ideas. It may make sense to have a human services type of attorney on there, somebody that deals with dependency and neglect cases, something like that.
mhm.
So I can talk to Sarah about that as well, and that may make sense. And I think the sheriff would probably prefer having somebody who can attend those meetings more frequently than I can.
Yeah, that's a part-time. I think that was like a half an FTE or something we had previously, wasn't it here? And I'm
Human Services has 2 attorneys on retainer separately.
okay.
So they're not run through our office anymore.
Okay, all right. And the only reason I brought that up wasn't to state that we should, it was just to state that it's sort of a high need of legal knowledge here.
And then just for the interest of anyone watching, this board, the Juvenile Community Review Board, I believe it reviews candidates for placement in the Rites of Passage House. There are 3 vacant private citizen positions. If there's a private citizen that wants to be in that conversation, there are 3 vacant positions. There's also a vacant position for an alternate representative within 1 mile of the facility. Not sure there are actually any homes within a mile. Maybe that's why that one's vacant.
Oh, there is. I remember it used to be a woman neighbor who the kids would do some volunteer work, firewood, that kind of thing. And it escaped me when she got, when her involvement stopped. There's a couple of houses that aren't too far away.
Okay. Well, that's an expression of trust if I've ever seen one. And that brings us to the end of our list. Is there anything else on this?
There's one thing, I know Richard Toussaint a little bit, and I'm almost certain he retired a few years ago. I'm curious to know whether he knows that he still is serving in this role and he's still willing.
Who's that, Sean?
Richard Toussaint.
And the local judiciary alternate.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably just something to get somebody to contact him and make sure he's still up for it. Because I part of me thinks he moved, but I might be wrong about that.
Is that the Judiciary Review Commission? Is that what that is? I think I used to, or is this something else?
That's still the Juvenile Community Review Board.
Oh, I'm looking at the very bottom.
Yeah.
That is what that is? Because it doesn't read that way.
Maybe I'm misreading it.
On the very bottom line, there is a Judicial Commission Review Board that looks at judges and evaluates them prior to elections. And we usually have a representative on that. And I thought maybe that's what that is, abbreviated on the very bottom, those last 2 lines.
Those judiciary representatives and alternate, they are for the JCRB.
Okay.
You have Judge Jones and Richard Toussaint. I'll reach out to the sheriff and see if Richard still knows he's on that board.
Okay.
So,
Anyway.
One quick process question for you, Peter. We identified a couple of changes to make to this. Would it be better to make the changes and vote on this afternoon, maybe, or a little bit later today, or do you recommend we approve it now? Because I know we'll need to show something specifically to Linda from FreeTAC to validate Alex seating as our representative.
Yeah, my suggestion is to actually approve it now, and we can always amend it later. Not today, but we can do it next week or next meeting.
Okay.
It's a living document subject to change at any moment anyway, when somebody comes and goes. So I'm fine with that.
Okay, so then for the purposes of a motion, the staff have those changes recorded so that we can say a motion as amended? Yes. So unless there's any other comment, I think we might be ready for a motion to approve this as amended?
Yeah,
So
I
moved.
move that we approve Resolution 22-05, Board of County Commissioners Resolution to appointment and acknowledgement for certain county positions as amended in discussion.
I second. And then once the document is up to date, Beth, if you wouldn't mind emailing it to Linda Underbrink from Freetac, and then I think we'll be done with that issue.
Got it.
Thanks.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor?
Hi.
Okay, normally if we were in person, we would, I would like hand Sean the gavel and we would change chairs. It's been a pleasure trying to keep these meetings on the rails over the last year. And Sean, I look forward to you taking over that pleasure for the next 12 months.
I think just as a formality that what should happen is Sean should be in your Zoom environment next week and you should be over in his. You should be sitting in his office.
The coffee's pretty good over here, Sean. You might not mind.
Yeah, mine too. I mean, anyway, thanks, George and Randy. And just for anybody who doesn't know, some counties, this is like a major point of contention and a struggle for raw power. We are a much more collegial environment here, and we basically just rotate through the three of us, independent of which party has two representatives and which one has one, or whether they're independent or what have you. And I do think of it more as a little bit of an obligation than anything. You really have to pay attention, and it's your responsibility to make sure that the meetings go well. But it's a responsibility that I look forward to. So thank you, Randy and George, for your trust. And with that, we'll start with the next item, 8:45 County Commissioner updates.
Well, and I think in the interest of time, I'll just, because I see it's already 8:52, I'll just state that there's we've got a big CE meeting coming up, and I've been working quite a bit on getting ready for that, a CE meeting and some other stuff going on a little bit with NOCO as well. And then I'm going to take a little time with us later on to talk about the renaming discussion so that everybody knows it's not to sell any one particular idea, but there have been several items that have come to play. And so we'll get into that later. And also, I just want to state that I'm looking forward to Sean's year as chair, because I thought he did such a great job last time. And I mean that sincerely, as he, I think he had an indoctrination by fire, as I recall, in his first meeting as chair, and he handled it like a champ. And I also agree with what he says about it being like an obligation or a duty that we have to, each one of us has to take turns doing it. And I think it's for the betterment of the conversation that we do rotate all the way around and consider ourselves to be equals. And it's kind of like who has to mow the lawn this summer, or something like that. It's fine. So that's it. That's all I got.
George?
Yeah, I think the major thing of note is the Opioid Council, which you appointed me to, thank you, had its first meeting. We reviewed the draft of the IGA and the bylaws. With Peter's help, they look good. I don't think there's much in the way of details that changed since the last time we went over sort of what the seats are. But I'm happy to run you through that if you'd like. We did approve, I don't think it's been done formally, but we have consent for Jefferson County to be the regional fiscal agent, as well as to hire the facilitator and project manager for the process. And we are planning as kind of a first step, a information session, kind of a conference. It might end up being an all-day agenda, just with all of the folks that touch opioids, for us to talk about this process, set expectations, and get some feedback. And so I think that's kind of the overview, the highlights of those. Some really wonderful people on that committee, and I think we're going to do some really meaningful work. So thank you for your trust in me. Beyond that, I don't think there's anything that's super urgent to discuss or update you all on.
Okay. Mine is pretty quick. The work that I've been doing with State Treasurer Dave Young is really starting to accelerate, and this is the Colorado Secure Savings Program. And it's a program to essentially provide a ability for payroll deducted workplace saving, which all the science suggests is the best way for people to squirrel away money for their retirement in the future. We're going to actually launch the program this year. And one of the things that I've been asked to help out with is recruiting some of our neighboring states to participate with us. And long story short, there was something in the Secure Act, I'm sorry, in the reconciliation bill that essentially would force states to do this. And if they didn't, they would get the federal government's version of this, which most states didn't want. And it's gotten all of our neighbors excited. And Colorado has already partnered with New Mexico to get going on this. And it's a good thing for Colorado. What it would mean is more assets in the plan and accelerate the break even period, or accelerate getting to break even. And the plan is actually privately administered, but it's publicly mandated. Anyway, I'm sure it's going to be a bit of my time this year. And actually today at 2, I need to meet with the treasurer about something that's coming on with one of our neighboring states, but I think that should be fine. The other thing is JCMH got funding for a local youth crisis resource. And I'm almost sure that resource hasn't been hired yet, but that's something that I think is going to be beneficial to Clear Creek and to Gilpin as well. And that's going to be another area of my focus this year. I know there's a lot of concern around the effectiveness of our community mental health centers, and being a board member and a fiduciary on that board, you know, I do have a duty of loyalty to that board, but I also have a duty to the county to make sure that we're getting the best services that we possibly can. And that's something that I'm definitely going to be digging into this year as well. And I think that's probably all I have for now. And we have just a couple of minutes till 9, but I think we can probably just roll into the county manager update, Brian.
Sean, if there's one other thing that popped up in my notes that I just wanted to talk about quickly, because we've got folks listening. There are some child tax credits available to families that have been augmented in one of the pieces of federal legislation related to COVID. These credits are worth like up to $15,000 for families. And we found out in the state of Colorado last year, 30% of the families who are eligible did not apply. And so the governor is excited about trying to help make families aware of this. There's an organization that runs sites called Vita Sites, where volunteers help folks fill out their taxes for free. So I connected them with the library. The library, under the leadership of Libby Kaplan, is very excited to engage with this. They get a lot of people that need tax help anyway. So this will be a great resource for them to be able to provide, and folks will be able to go to the library for free to get their taxes filled out and get this $15,000 benefit. If you're not a family, if you're not eligible for these, it doesn't matter. Anyone is eligible. So I just wanted to make everyone on this screen aware of that, anyone who's possibly listening, and extend my gratefulness to the library district.
Anything else, George or Randy?
No, good to go.
On the county manager update. All right, so I'm going to succeed some of my time, or most of my time, to Fred and to Amy. I know there has been some questions in the last couple of weeks about short-term rentals and how we regulate fire pits in backyards. So we want to give staff an opportunity just to share with the public and the board what our process is, how we regulate the use of fire pits at short-term rentals. So I will turn it over to Fred.
Great, thanks, Brian. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So what I'm going to just go through talk about what our short-term rental regulations require for fire pits and things like that. The regulations actually have a section on what you need to do for fires, and what I'll do is I'll share my screen right now to just show you that particular section. Okay, hope everybody can see this, but what this is the section out of our short-term rental regulations. So it's section 1207.2.13 regarding fires, and also 1207.2.14 regarding firearms and fireworks is kind of similar. But basically the two main things to keep in mind about fires, if a short-term rental property owner wants to have a fire or some sort of fire facility, number one, it's required to be in some sort of a designated facility, like a fireplace or a fire pit or something like that. And number two, if you are going to have a fire facility that is not that's not natural gas, or something that would otherwise, possibly throw off embers and things like that, you're required to implement defensible space around your fire facility and around the entire residence. So that means if a short-term rental application were to propose some sort of fire pit or fireplace, which would otherwise that could throw off embers outside, we would also require a defensible space permit application to be submitted and defensible space implemented for that particular property. In addition to that, you are also required to have a water supply available there at the fire facility, such as a bucket of water or hose, or hooked up to a faucet of some type, to be available at the location of that fire facility. And of course, we do say that fires shall be completely extinguished before the short-term rental property is vacated. And that we also add that no fuel shall be used and no material burned which emits dense smoke or objectionable odors. So in addition to that, we also have a ban on fireworks and firearms. You cannot discharge firearms or fireworks at all on the premises of the short-term rental. So what happens? So if we find that somebody is advertising short-term rental with a fireplace or a fire pit of some kind outside, we notify them that unless they comply with these particular provisions, it's in violation. So they must implement defensible space. They must apply for a defensible space permit and follow through with the provisions of that permit, so we can assure that they're in compliance with the short-term rental regulations. That's essentially it. That's what we require for short-term rental properties if you're proposing one. To my knowledge, I don't know if there's been any short-term rentals that have actually followed through with this, that actually have a fire pit outside, a legal fire pit outside. I'd have to follow up with Cindy Rushmeyer to see how many short-term rentals there are that actually have done this. So are there any questions?
I've got maybe what I would call a philosophical question, which is, if we've decided that it's a neighborly thing and respectful thing and in the interest of public safety to follow these rules, why do they only apply to short-term rentals? Why wouldn't they just apply universally to any homeowner under all conditions?
I think that I kind of hold that. I have mixed feelings about it, and I'm sure you do too. It has a lot to do with even a new owner moving in who's a full-time resident, or even somebody who's been around here a long time. It depends on if they've been around a long time, they're beginning to get the idea that we're catching on fire a little bit easier than we used to. And I was just thinking about Matt Jones has been working really, really hard really at a statewide level. He's a Boulder County Commissioner to mitigate fire risk throughout Colorado. He's been on committees working on that for a long time, and he's really dug into it. He was, he reported, he heard on his scanner or somewhere, he picked up the Boulder fire when it started, and he ran to the site immediately because he wanted to see, he felt the responsibility somebody who's into that and also a county commissioner, and then saw what was just beginning to happen and erupt. And he saw it, going across the grass before it got to the houses. And he realized it was headed straight for his neighborhood. And then he got his evacuation order and he left. And he's under a tremendous, he told me, and he said it publicly in meetings, he's suffering from a lot of, airplane crash survivor guilt right now. The game has changed, and I think we have to recognize the game has changed, and it means that I think we do need to rethink this, but it may not just be a short-term rental thing. I do think it's a factor, having seen 2 short-term rentals close to my house with people coming who just, they come from Iowa or somewhere where they got a lot of water, and they build a big bonfire in the backyard immediately as soon as they get there. And we've, had to talk to them about it and let them know that this is, and the problem is when it's rotating, I think you have new people coming in and out, and they're not bad people. It's just a practice they do back home where they feel it's safer. So I don't know what the answer is, Sean. I'm not disputing what you're saying at all. I'm just, I think it's a bigger deal, and it is our obligation to make sure we're doing something about it in an effective way so that our constituents feel safe.
Yeah, I think some of it is just kind of like simplifying things too. Like I'm imagining enforcement and you go to the house and it's like, well, is this a short-term rental or are they allowed to have that massive bonfire with no water source? And I don't know. It just, like I said, it seems like if we've agreed or believe that it's in the public's best interest, then it's probably more universal than just for short-term rentals, at least in my opinion.
I'm really interested to hear what Fred's response to that question is. Yeah, actually, Fred, I'm so curious. I want to hear your response before I answer it for myself.
Yeah, that's a good question. We've I haven't really thought about something like this very, very hard about being universal. But one of the things that at the staff level we've talked about, and I think the county commissioners have talked about over the years, is whether defensible space should be just automatically required for every residence, regardless of when it was built. Right now, we require defensible space to be implemented around new construction, so new residences. But if you're an existing residence that was built in 1964, there's no program where we go out there to try to assure that defensible spaces will be implemented or is being implemented at some particular time.
That's interesting you bring that up, Fred, because I think normally when people build decks and try to get building permits is when we say time to update your defensible space. And using that as a pain point has caused some feedback to come our way about how hard it is to get building permits. I don't know if we have a different ability to try to talk to homeowners about their defensible space, or if it's wise to try to tie that to when they decide they want to repair their deck.
Yeah. That's a good question. I'd have to make sure that I'm a little bit more familiar with when with that point as to when we require defensible space permit when an addition is being proposed. I think it's 400 square feet. 400 square feet or more is when we require defensible space. It probably does make sense to say, hey, if you're going to have a fire, if you're going to have some sort of a fire pit outside, you got to implement defensible space. Or if you're going to put one in, it might be more of a practical matter than anything else. We don't necessarily require a permit for you to put put in a fire pit outside, or put in some sort of a fire facility like a cooking facility or something like that. A permit for that is not necessarily required, so there isn't any point where we can say, oh, you need a defensible space permit with that addition that you're proposing right now. So it would have to be a case where the county could impose that just as a rule, as a requirement, and then when and if we hear that it's going on some property, we would have to say, oh, by the way, you got to get a defensible space permit for that particular thing. One thing that I did notice, I mean, it can be, there, of course, there's a cost to implementing defensible space. The very few people, or the very few residences or short-term rentals that I know that we did crack down and say, hey, if you're going to have a fire pit like we see on your advertisement, you got to implement defensible space. They're more they would seem to rather take just get rid of the fire pit than try to implement defensible space because of the cost of the defensible space.
I think we could be talking about a couple of different things too. And one is defensible space. You know, when we talk about defensible space on new construction, we're usually talking about having a forester come out and ensure that, you know, the limbs close to the ground have been cleared, especially, you know, off of trees within a certain radius of the house, that trees are removed from a certain distance from the house and branches and things like that, so that the ground fuel, which is where the fire normally in a high wind conditions, it sweeps across the ground first and it climbs into the trees. And so that's kind of how defensible space works. In this case, we're also talking, another thing is a practice of having fires around your house and having a special, maybe a different defensible, an additional different defensible space consideration, which is if you want to, we know that we're having a lot more, we know we're having more fires, or, you know, maybe not in Clear Creek County. It's, we've kind of dodged the bullet so far from real serious stuff, but, and we know that 75% of the fires are human caused, and we know that things like these campfires are, you know, I don't know, but they may be the biggest cause of human caused, you know, fires, people leaving campfires unattended or having them and having the embers get away in bad conditions, windy conditions. And so maybe we do want to, and the fact that we don't do that now doesn't mean we couldn't do something in the future, like have defensible space for a fire pit and a size of a fire pit or something like that. So at least if it's on the books and everyone's required to do it, whether it's new construction or not, then when people like our neighbors call in, that, you know, they can call in a complaint that is addressed by a specific ordinance that we have, and then we can address the complaint and at least make sure that they're compliant with our ordinance and reasonable safety procedures if they're going to have fires. And I don't, I mean, I love campfires. I've loved campfires in the woods when I'm camping and all that stuff, and I continue to. But I think they need to be in safe places, and we may be changing how we have to deal with it. You know, I watched the neighbors build a big bonfire and walk away from it and leave it unattended. And I was watching through the fences. It was the cracks in the wooden fences. It was catching the grass on fire downwind, which was towards my house. And the grass kept going out, and I was watching it constantly, and I couldn't walk away. I had to watch his fire to make sure that the grass didn't set his fence on fire, and then his fence would begin to blow embers onto my house. And because my house was already filling with smoke from his fire, the smoke was just an annoyance. But the idea that my house could be set on fire because somebody let a bonfire get away, and even in the middle of a town, was pretty. I didn't think a lot of it until right after that boulder happened, and so, you know, we might have to change our rules.
Yeah.
So
I think
my
there's-
answer, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, George.
Okay, my answer to your question about why we would want to think about different rules for short-term rentals than for homes with residents is that short-term rentals represent a unique risk, right? Because you've got folks, Randy, I think you mentioned this, you've got folks that come from just different environments that aren't as steeped in knowing about wildfire safety. I think the reason we're having this conversation, just for everyone's information, is that there was a short-term rental that had a big bonfire that got left unattended, that was just within a couple of nights of the Boulder fire, and left an entire neighborhood pretty upset and rightfully afraid. And just since I mentioned the Boulder fire, I don't think the investigation is complete, but it looks a lot like it may have been started by someone with a fire outside their home. And so I think looking at short-term rentals as a unique case is valid. And Randy, I agree with you, trying to figure out how to talk about kind of isolate these portions of the conversation. I'll say if I had been focused on this detail as I should have when we were just talking about short-term rental rules, I would have been in favor of simply saying that fires are not allowed on short-term rentals. If it was our only option to address this would be to reopen the ordinance, I would be tempted to do that to address this problem and this risk that our neighborhoods face. However, I think there might be another alternative, and this is if we look at the role of our fire protection districts, and we look at our ordinance that adopted the 1997 fire code, it empowers the fire chief of the fire authority to enforce the fire code. The fire chief of the fire authority on this side of the county has responded to that by creating his set of rules for when people can burn on private property. He asks that private property owners anywhere have their burning site inspected by him for safety. And then he says, you're good, and everybody's good. He has told me that he would not, under the authority we gave him, allow a fire in a short-term rental because he shares a perspective that they have a unique risk. And so one approach we could take would be to have, and that maybe our planning department is already doing this, but our planning department permit application process could simply make sure folks are aware that the fire chief has this authority and has said that fires aren't allowed. Now, a couple of little details, if we want to sort of pursue that route, is that Evergreen Fire Protection District is not listed in our ordinance as having that authority. And our fire code is 1997 and probably due for an update anyway. And in a conversation with the Evergreen Fire Chief, I think he wants to do some thinking about how what kinds of rules he would have and how that would look in his district. And so I think that's something that maybe we could ask staff to kind of dig into is, does the fire chief have that authority given the ordinance we made? And can we prevent fires from happening on short-term rental properties using this mechanism rather than reopening that ordinance? And a lot of this is just trying to think about staff time. So sorry, Sean, I know that was kind of long-winded.
No, that's good. I have a lot to add to this. I was a firefighter for 22 years and I saw lots of stuff out in the field, and I wouldn't imagine that we can restrict irresponsible fire behavior to visitors from other states. I think I saw plenty of it from local residents. Alcohol was involved often, and I think this is probably something we should have a work session regarding. And the only comment I'll make is a few months ago, I happened to be at a pension board meeting at Evergreen Fire Protection District, and a lot of people were coming to say something during the public meeting, the board meeting, and it was all about a frustration that the fire district wasn't doing enough to help with fire mitigation. And the challenge is the vast majority of the land that needs to be mitigated is in private hands or in federal hands or in state hands. There's really not a lot. The fire authorities, obviously, or fire district is not a land manager. But the area where I think somebody in local government should be stepping up is around information. And my own situation, I was on a battle with my homeowners insurance company for probably 10 years, where they would regularly tell me they weren't going to renew my homeowners insurance, and they wouldn't tell me what I had to do to fix it. And it was very difficult to find out what type of mitigation was necessary or who was the right resource to do it. And I do think the Evergreen Fire Protection District is probably a little bit has a head start on the fire authority. And that's something I think next time we have a meeting with the fire authority, it would be a good topic to add to that conversation.
Yeah. I think the main thing is that we need to be cognizant of this. We need to keep this conversation up, and we need to do something about it. And I'm sympathetic to both the views I just heard here from my fellow commissioners regarding short-term rentals. I think it has as much to do. The one I described was not actually a short-term rental. It was a new resident that had just come in from Iowa or Missouri. They had come in from Missouri, and they're really good people, and they're generally smart people, but they just always had their bonfire in Missouri where they had a lot more water, and it wasn't, and the fuel was more wet, and it was less likely that it's never been a problem. It's so different here now than it was. And we just saw that in Boulder, where we've been talking about the mountains all this time, and what are we going to do to defend these mountain communities with all this fuel around them? And a simple grass fire created the most catastrophic fire in Colorado history. And it was by not a short-term renter, but by an owner. And the person across the street from me is not short-term rental. But I also believe, and I felt a week ago, I felt kind of the same way George expressed today, that, you know, maybe short-term rentals shouldn't even be allowed fire pits. Whatever the case is, in short-term rentals, there has to be a way that those people, if they're going to use that short-term rental, understand the limitations clearly. And if fire pits are allowed, that they are limited very much in size. Those people have to understand it may not be like it is back where you live. You have to follow these rules, and violations are cause for loss of the permit. You know, complaints and violations are cause for loss of the permit. If we're going to allow fires at short-term rentals, we have to address the idea that ignorance, and I mean ignorance not in a pejorative way here. I mean, I'm ignorant of everything I don't know. And I don't know a lot of stuff, so I'm ignorant of all that stuff. When people come out here from another place and they're ignorant of the current environment that we're in right now and just can't relate to it because it's not part of their normal existence, we have to be able to address that, because, you know, people burn down, mostly people cause stuff, burned down 30% of the Arapahoe Roosevelt National Forest last year. And, you know, so we have to, and now we're seeing grass fires taking out thousands of, or 1,000 homes, hundreds of homes. And so we have to address it.
Yeah, so we need to move on. Brian, I don't want to solve this problem now, but I think one thing I'd like to see change this year, or be a little more formal this year, is when we have a conversation like this, that there is some sort of very reliable and systematic and follow-up that happens. So I don't know if we have a list of things to follow up in a time frame, but I'd like to see this back on our agenda within a month or two at the latest.
When you say this, do you mean specifics to short-term rentals, fire pits?
I think it's a little broader. I think it's more like fire mitigation and our role as Clear Creek County's role in that, and what we can do partnering with the fire authority and Evergreen Fire Protection District. And I think short-term rentals is under that umbrella.
So the other item on my update list was to get some direction from you all. I'm talking with George as your representative to the Fire Authority Board. We need to have Triton come and do a presentation on the assessment that they did. And our thought was that would be done in a joint meeting with the Fire Authority Board itself. So for the three of you, do we want to tack that on to an end of a Tuesday meeting? Is that a special meeting at night? I guess I need a little direction to reach out to the Fire Authority and try and get that set up with Triton, to have Triton present the results of their assessment.
So my view on that is that we should be as accommodating to the fire authorities flex schedule as we can be. I think you know, I think the three of us are pretty available.
Right.
John, I agree with you. I think the culture of that board is that we tend to meet in the evenings. Most of those folks have day jobs. And so maybe we could come up with some evenings that we're all available and offer to them.
Right. Evenings are a lot easier. Give that up too, but evenings are a lot easier for me if we're trying to tack something like this in. I've got a lot of, I'm having a hard time lately finding stuff during the day.
I'll shoot the three of you an email with a list of proposed dates.
Okay.
You'll let me know which of all those dates that work for you, and then I can reach out to the fire authority and get something set up.
Perfect. Brian, did you have anything else for your update?
Nope, that's it. We're good.
Sean, just responding to you and kind of the way you'd like to see the next session on fires framed. I worry if we start with, let's talk about fires. I'm not really sure that, like, I mean, we could try to triage and prioritize the conversation. I view the fires on short-term rentals as something that can be talked about on its own. And I think the reason we talked about it this morning is because we just had an event that I'd like to see us respond to. So is it possible that we ask, instead of having a broader conversation about bonfires on private property, that we talk about short-term rentals first?
I'm totally good with that. I think we need to have both. And part of me is thinking about later this summer, if we have an event in our county, we'll certainly be reflecting on what we could have done to maybe address it or prevent it ahead of time. And just looking at the statistics and the numbers, the chances are it won't be from a short-term rental, it will be from somewhere else.
That may be true. I think we need to talk about it, and I think we're all reasonable in our approach to it. I think that the thing about short-term rentals is very much like that new resident that moves in. A new resident moves in and then they live there for a while and they get talked to by their neighbors, or they learn, and we should maybe have a process. The problem with short-term rentals is, you got a new neighbor every week. And,
Yeah. No, I think we're all
there's no
agreed.
institutional knowledge. So I think we need to address it. How we'll figure out.
Yeah, I think you're right, George. They're two different things. And with that said, let's move on to our next item, Suzanne, the consideration approval of the Clicker County Emergency Operations Plan. And sorry for shorting you by 10 minutes.
No problem. I think it'll be pretty quick. Yeah, thank you for having me. There are a number of attachments that Beth provided to you. And so it looks like a really heavy document, but I am pleased to provide you with the updated county emergency operations plan. So I am required every 5 years, or the county is required at least every 5 years, to update this plan and have it approved, excuse me, by you all. And what it does is it outlines how we would respond to a large scale event in the county. Specifically, it's kind of which organizations are involved and what they bring to the table: assets, people, expertise. That's the short and sweet of it. It has authorities in it. It has authorities meaning, either state statute, local regulations, resolutions, anything related to larger scale emergencies, anything larger than our regular day-to-day events that our first responders handle. So it's split up into a few parts. And the reason for that was simply to allow our multi-agency coordination group to comment on it more easily than putting it all in one document and being very large. Our multi-agency coordination group is kind of a combination of what we used to call our public safety group and leads for our emergency support functions that these folks or representatives may come in to work at an emergency operations center if and when we can get that all set up and finalized of where it's going to be. So the EOP is a base plan, which kind of generally talks about how we manage emergencies, large scale emergencies and disasters in the county. Then there is a document with our 16 emergency support functions. We used to have 15, I made 16. The 16th is volunteer and donations management, which is often part of one of the other, it's often part of ESF 7, but it's often difficult to manage because that ESF 7 is resource ordering and management, finding stuff, buying stuff, and finding teams and personnel. So that was a change. I was very pleased with the multi-agency coordination group, with our MAC groups, interest in this plan and discussion about this plan and the review of all 16 of these emergency support functions. We had great participation, not only with our county partners, but with our special districts and with our private sector partners. So it has been available for our multi-agency coordination group to review and comment. So it's in final form for you all, and that is where we are. Also, I worked with Peter to create a resolution that adopts this plan, and then I will submit it to the state as final. So that is where we are, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there, I notice where you the document talks about how it was modified. It has a pretty general, it has one entry, and the way I read it is that pretty much all of it was changed. Is there anything about the changes in particular that you think this board needs to be aware of?
I don't think anything in particular about the changes. It was more, again, with all the plans that I'm reviewing and when they get updated, my goal is to streamline, to take out language that may not be necessary, because I love this stuff. I like doing it and reading it, but even I can't focus on a 100-page plan. It's too difficult. So it was more streamlining. It was trying to consolidate different sections. We had a number of items that were not necessarily repetitive, but that were mentioned in a bunch of different sections. So just putting them all together. I did expand on the roles and responsibilities of the different county agencies, departments, offices, our special districts, and our partners. That was kind of it wasn't really a change, but that was something that in our evaluation from the state last year, we needed to improve that a bit. So that was mostly done through rewriting and revising our emergency support functions, which I also tried to make those very short. I think the longest one is 7 pages. Most of them are 2 or 3 pages. Just which agencies are involved, and what responsibilities do they have in a disaster. So there's that, and there was a few things that weren't in there, such as what the county manager's office role is. We didn't have a lot with our information technology group, so in facilities group. So it was really putting a little more detail in there, at the same time trying to pare it down.
Okay,
I
thank you.
have, this is kind of in the weeds a little bit, but there was one spot in here that I saw. At the end of the day, we'll deal with the problems as these challenges are presented, but it says the county has 2 major mountain passes to the west that cross over the Continental Divide, and then it lists them as Loveland Pass and the Eisenhower and Johnson Memorial Tunnel. And it doesn't mention Berthoud Pass. And so, not that that makes a big difference to us in emergency planning. We know about those passes and those passes and know where they are. But it was just kind of odd to read. It's not a very accurate description of our transportation. We have more passes than that, but the 2 passes that cross over the divide are, obviously Loveland and Berthoud.
Yeah, thanks, Randy. I'll take another look at that. I mean, we mentioned Guanella in there, but I will take a look at that, and I can easily,
right.
If you all are good with
Guanella
it, I can
passes,
add Berthoud in there.
Guanella Pass is mentioned in the paragraph above the
Right.
figure 1 on page 3. That's nothing. That's really nothing. I hate every email I write when I read it right after I push send. So it's just a little catch.
No, thank you for that. That tells me that you were actually reading it, which is lovely. It's heartening. It's a lot. It's a big document. And so I definitely want to thank Jane Thomas, who, as you all know, retired on January 31st. My deputy director, who did a lot of the heavy work to coordinate comments with county agencies and all of our partners. And also Sheriff Albers, who reviewed every single one of our emergency support functions. So he read every one. So thank you for that. So how do we go about then? Okay, so back up for a second. Oftentimes what is how you approve a plan is we get signatures. Hey, we have a signature page. I talked with the state and with our regional field manager from Homeland Security Emergency Management. And in lieu of doing that, which often is difficult to get all the signatures in one spot, is if you as the elected representatives adopt it via this resolution, we don't have to gather all those signatures. So that's something that I haven't done before. I usually collect all the signatures, but I like this way a lot better. And what the resolution essentially says is when you adopt it is that, you know, all the folks that were involved in this planning, the multi-agency coordination group, they all had an opportunity to review and comment and rewrite. And we got a bunch of rewrites from a number of people. So thank you all for that. So folks have had that opportunity to review and comment, and we're in a good space with that. So I'm comfortable, you know, presenting this to you as the document that this group has all decided is ready to go forward. Saying that, it is a plan. If we want to revise it, we can. If we want to, if we put something in place, like if a disaster happens and we attempt to put in place something that's in the plan and it doesn't work, we just adapt and shift and do something different. So the plan is, you know, as we move forward, it hopefully will give an understanding to everyone of how things can go and what our goal is and what we're trying to do. But of course, we're going to adapt as we need to and implement any support to our operations on the ground or recovery as needed.
That matches up with other things I've heard about best laid plans.
Right.
Since I wasn't going to mention this, but since we are probably talking about a slight modification anyway, I noticed in the agency name in the 2.3 public safety agency list,
Okay.
It lists Evergreen Fire Protection District as emergency medical services. I know that's part of what they provide. I don't know if this plan needs to say that they also do fire protection, but it could. Yeah, I wasn't gonna bring it up because I didn't want to have to modify the document. I think everybody's aware that the Evergreen Fire Protection District does fire. But
What section is 2.3? I just have to reopen it.
page 5.
Okay. I will look at that. Do you have a recommendation, or is essentially, while I'm opening it, is it that we just don't need to mention that part? I've reread this and reviewed this so many times that I want to make sure I'm understanding what your comment is.
That we take Clear Creek Fire Authority agency description says wildland and structure fire response. Maybe you could just take that and add it into what you write under Evergreen Fire Protection, just EMS and wildland and structure fire response, since they do both.
Okay.
I don't think that change is going to make one bit of difference in terms of how our agencies will respond to an emergency, which is why I'm not sure, wasn't sure I was going to bring it up.
Okay. So I will go ahead and make those 2 changes related to section 2.3 and including birth and pass. Any other thoughts or comments?
I have maybe like a philosophical question.
Okay.
I remember, you know, this is whatever the 5th one of these I've seen now, and some of the planning exercises we did before involved like handing out, I think they were like Skittles or something like that to represent maybe like a antibiotic. And what ended up happening with the pandemic probably is about as different from that as you could possibly imagine. And that's no dig on our preparation, but you know, I think we've learned a lot over the last 2 years, and I'm kind of curious to know, maybe not just here in Clear Creek County, but to what degree have you and your contemporaries incorporated all of that stuff that we've learned in terms of being better prepared for the next thing, which will be completely different than this one?
Yeah, that's a great question, Sean. So what this EOP does, and I think you're familiar with those, is it looks at the county and our municipalities and how the county supports municipalities in a large-scale emergency response. Our public health departments have a requirement, if they get the state grant, which ours currently does, to develop a public health emergency operations plan, a FEOP, which we have. So parts of that public health emergency operations plan, we did use during, not parts, but at least one part, I'll speak at least one part we did use when we were doing our testing sites and vaccination sites, because when you're talking about the distribution of Skittles or some kind of, something like that, yeah, that can represent a medicine or in this case, a injection. So the structure that of course we had to modify to fit COVID, we used as part of that public health emergency operations plan. So what we of course don't want to do is completely change our plans for the latest, the last event, so that we're not necessarily prepared for something next. But what I'm looking forward to doing now that this plan is revised is this year doing a number of trainings and then exercises to get all of our county workforce, our leadership, and our partners understanding what our plan says. And then we can do some exercises that could be specific to either a pandemic or something else to talk in more detail about how to go into a response to something specific. What a lot of plans do have are annexes for a specific hazard or a specific incident type. I did not do that for this because I wanted to focus on the emergency support functions, which would be activated when we need to support those in the field. As far as incorporating anything specific for how we would respond to a pandemic, I am not necessarily putting that into this plan, but this plan does talk about the public health emergency operations plan. And so both of those things together are part of how we're going to respond to any sort of pandemic.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And I'm kind of thinking not specifics, again, to your point,
Okay.
structural. I remember our whole emergency operations. We learned a lot in the first, literally 6 weeks, and the structure of it changed pretty drastically from day one until week 8. And I don't, if this happens again in 11 years, I would hope we wouldn't go through exactly that sort of a learning curve, and that we've captured some kind of organizational knowledge about what we learned. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Sean, I agree. That was, we changed it quite a bit. And so within this plan, part of this section is what is the structure of our emergency operations center be? So what this plan doesn't do is talk about, the tactics of how the sheriff's office or CCFA respond to something. That they know how to do that already. But if there's something larger, how we do that. So I agree with you. Again, I was looking back at records and about whether or what type of training that our emergency management has provided within the county. And I just haven't seen any for a while, for a number of years. So I'm really looking forward to that, because I think it's going to be a longer process, but it is going to, build that foundation of how we want to do this. And I also was very cognizant of, during COVID, when I tried to implement what was in our plan, our structure was just too big and too complex as it was written in the plan. So yes, I adapted quite a few times. And so part of that is incorporated into this emergency operations plan. However, what I wanted to make sure I didn't do was change everything so much that our partners didn't understand or had a steep learning curve. So I stayed with our emergency support functions, pared them down a bit, and knowing that we may not have a lot of personnel to be able to staff an emergency operations center, trying to figure out how we can organize that effectively. And so that's another thing that I'm really looking forward to this year, with some training and some functional exercises within our emergency operations center, and familiarization workshops for what's in our EOP and how an EOC works.
Okay, yeah, thanks. That makes perfect sense. Randy, George, do you have any other questions, or does staff have any other questions for Suzanne?
I don't.
Then I believe this is an action item and we're here to approve the plan, so entertain a motion.
Sure, I move that we approve the Clear Creek County Emergency.
Actually, excuse me, I'm sorry, just for purposes of making this clear, there actually were two resolutions that were supposed to be attached. It doesn't look like they ever made it to the agenda. So we're going to need to put this off till the next meeting because there's actual resolutions that need to be included.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. Then I guess we thank you, Suzanne, for your excellent commentary. We'll move on to the next work session item 945, renaming of Mount Evans. Randy.
Yeah. Something just became much smaller on me here. Sorry. First of all, what's come up is in some recent conversations and a lot of actions that have happened at the federal level and state level and elsewhere, the ground is kind of shifting a little bit on getting some of the renamings done. And there are about 12.5 items, I think, that had been submitted to the CGNAB. That's a Colorado Geographic Naming Advisory Board, who then passes those on to the Bureau of Geographic Names in Washington. And I just made up some notes this morning, so I'm not trying to surprise you. This is not a document, but these are just my notes and thoughts. And I think it's almost easier if I just share a screen and throw those up for you, so you can look at that, and it kind of notes some of my thinking. It's a little easier to follow. And if we do come to any conclusions today, staff could act on those. So if that's all right, Sean, can I share screen on that? Oh, right. Did you nod your head? I had your face covered up. Okay, sure. So basically what's happened most recently is that as far as reasons for change, I don't think the intent today was just to discuss process. It wasn't to discuss what the name should be, should we change the name or anything like that. But these are my own mental notes that I made so that I could make this report today, and I thought sharing them would be helpful. Secretary Haaland has recently the U.S. Secretary of the Interior Haaland has recently issued 2 executive orders. Change all landmarks named the S word, squaw, and to form a federal commission to oversee renaming places. They're going to start with derogatory names and then move to offensive names. And so they wouldn't be getting to what are considered offensive names, like names of people who have a history that are seems wholly inappropriate to a large swath of the population for a given reason, a culture or something. And that's the case with Mount Evans. And without getting into it, that's been the premise for the request for change. And there are 5 proposals that are out there right now. I talked with Jenny Runyon at the BGN, and she said that these are already in the pipeline. They've already been submitted to the BGN. Evans is one of them, these multiple 12.5 names in Colorado that are on the list right now. And that for this to be addressed by that federal commission that Secretary Haaland put in place would likely take 3 to 4 years before they ever got to it, because they're going to be spending a year just figuring out where the restroom is and creating their bylaws and stuff. And as an example, this Colorado Geographic Naming Advisory Board, its first actual name change was S-word Mountain to Mistahay, and it took them a year to get from having been created by the governor to actually getting to making their first decision. And my own experience with the state commission I was on was it took several months just for the Underground Utility Commission to get to where it could actually render a single opinion. She has suggested that this thing stays in the pipeline. The CGNAB has stated that they would like our opinion, the Colorado board, in order to move forward with their decision. They can move forward without, but they prefer that they receive that from us. The U.S. Forest Service is also supposed to weigh into them about Mount Evans and the potential name change. And in addition to that, U.S. Forest Service has sent us a letter about a year ago or a couple of years ago stating that their position was that they would like to know what Clear Creek County's position is and that they are in favor of name change and they're not picking a favorite. And so, but they would like us to decide on a position here. The Southern Cheyenne and Arapaho are now putting pressure on the BGN and the CGNAB to move forward with the decision. The BGN has let us know they would like our position. The CGNAB has let us know they'd like our position. And the Forest Service has asked us to give our position so that they know what they can be back up and be in concert with. I thought that what we did working with Mr. Hay worked pretty well in that we went through a bunch of educational stuff and we've already done that and it already pertains to this particular topic as well. So I don't know that we need to go through all of that again. And so my first thoughts and suggestion on a simpler version like we did with Mr. Hay now to move forward is to set an evening town hall meeting to take public input and then have a BOCC meeting to follow. And that we would take additional public input, discuss it, and then potentially take an action at that time. We would probably outreach through the newspaper website and Facebook page as we did before. But I think in this case, since there are 5 proposals, we would also give direct outreach to the proponents of the 5 proposals, the Evans family descendants who are primary stakeholders, the stakeholder tribes who relate to that mountain, which have given us the reason to change and inform the history. And then probably, neighborhood groups like Emerge and, the old Squaw Pass Road area and those that are out there to make sure that people have the opportunity to come give that public input. The potential outcomes could be any of these things I listed or others that others think of. We could be neutral as we were in 17 and 18. We could say we're not going to take a position. We could oppose change. We could support change in general. We could support that it's an indigenous proposal, but not take sides or some other preference. It's more general, or we could pick one of the 5 and say that is the one based on all the discussions that have taken place and all the input that we have that we wanted to support. But we've been requested to move forward and get there. And I know that I talked to Tim Mock with the CGNAB and some other folks that talked to him. And he has said that he would like to take this up by late spring, early fall. And so that means, and then it'll take them the summer to get through it because they have about a 3-meeting process to go through each one of theirs. And they would like it off of our plates and into their hands before they get to that. And the reason for that is both the CGNAB and the BGN are expecting to get a huge workload dumped on them within the next few to several months as the new federal commission starts taking up a lot of issues. And so they want to get these off the plate because they've been in the pipeline for a long time. Some of the proposals on Mount Evans have been for a few years. And so that's why I'm proposing that we would move forward. I think the reason I'm suggesting February 15th is maybe the earliest to do a town hall is to give staff time, if we choose to do this, to get the information out there to the public, to contact all these people that were holding the meetings. I don't necessarily recommend right now that we decide to have all of the proposers each come in and give them a half an hour to tell us about their specific proposals. If you do one, you need to do them all. And I wouldn't want us to be preferential and say that one person, we picked a favorite, we wanted to come in and talk to us for an hour and not let the others come do the same thing. And so anyway, those are my thoughts moving forward, and I'm open to discussion, obviously, on it, have to be. And I just wondered what your thoughts were. I'd like to get this off of our plate because it's been languishing for a year or two. And I think we need to move on with it and hold some meetings and render an opinion and let those commissions then move on and get their work done.
Do you have any reactions, George?
I mean, this seems very similar to the process that we did around Mistahe. It does not have, I think we did kind of an education session for the board on that. I'm not sure that we need to do that again because that education session, which is recorded and folks can go back and watch, talked a lot about the Sand Creek Massacre and about Governor Evans and his role in it. But that's the only thing that I see as really different from what we did last time. And I think what we did last time was, you know, a reasonable process. People were given a platform to express themselves.
I think in answer to that, I agree with that. And I think actually when we did that education session, I remember asking the folks when they came in to not talk about a specific proposal. And at the time, we didn't even talk about, they didn't come in to inform us about Mustache so we could make a decision or about Evans. It was just about the history that surrounded, you know, those names in general and that histories to inform future discussions. I mean, it was sort of like, what's the reason to change these names? What's going on and they did that. Then we moved on with Mustache without bringing everybody back in to talk to us about it, other than they would be informed and like all others could come in. I figured that the proponents, the tribal members, their tribal historic preservation officers or whomever, could come in just like the rest of the public, the Evans family and everyone else, and make public comment to us at that time. And we could read the proposals and be informed that way rather than sit through, you know, 5 or 6 one-hour educational sessions.
Yeah, I agree with George. The thing that I see different, unless I'm missed something, is I believe last time there was only one proposal, and this time we have 5. And I did see in the chat, Corinne asked if you could give an overview of the 5 proposals, and I would invite you to do that, Randy, if you can do it in like 3 minutes. Or
yeah, I can.
If not,
I'm not going to go into the details of them. I'm just going to let you know what's out there. The Southern Cheyenne and Arapaho have proposed Mount Blue Sky for Mount Evans. The Northern Cheyenne proposed Mount Cheyenne Arapaho for Blue Sky. We've had verbal discussions with the Ute tribes, who are also stakeholders because this was their territory, as well as the Northern Arapaho, and they all seem to be supporting Blue Sky, but they haven't put anything in writing on that yet. And there's folks working on that, and they're trying to get that in writing from their tribal councils or their tribal historic preservation officers at this time. Then there's a proposal to name it Mount Rosalie, which was its informal name before it became Mount Evans for, I think, about 30 years or so. And she was a romantic interest of Albert Bierstadt. And so when he painted the mountain, he put that name to it, and that became a popular name for some period of time. There's also a proposal to leave it as Mount Evans, but named after a different Evans family member. And there's also a proposal to name it Mount Sewell, named after Silas Sewell, who was a captain in the cavalry at Sand Creek, who ordered his men not to fire, and his men didn't fire. And there was another captain that did the same. And so their particular cadre, their troops, did not fire. Later on, he turned state's evidence against Chivington and Evans. And within a few weeks after their having been censured, he was murdered on the streets of Denver. And they never found out who murdered him, but they guessed, you know, that it had something to do with that. And so those are the 5 proposals that are out there. And I would also suggest, one thing I didn't mention in part of the outreach would be that when we do newspaper and website outreach, we should get there are links to those proposals, and we can have those proposals all posted so that people can see what they are and see what's officially been submitted to the BGN and inform their public comment to us. And of course, we would request written comment. And the reason I'm suggesting 30 days is we go ahead and begin this, and over the next week, maybe get this out there, set the dates. And it could be February 15th or March 1st, is 6 weeks out. There's a lot of time for people to read, send in their written comment, and be prepared to come to it. And I would suggest an evening town hall like we did, where we don't discuss, we're just just accepting it, so we don't burden a meeting like this, because there could be a lot of public comment.
Yeah, I think my reaction, I mean, by virtue of the fact the paper wanted to hear about this, I'm guessing the public will want to hear too. And I agree, we probably don't want to open up a platform for somebody to go on for an hour about a particular proposal. But based on what you just said, Randy, it would seem like its proponents could probably give a pretty adequate treatment in 10 or 15 minutes. And that means like an hour to an hour and a half for all 5 of them. And whether we did that at a board meeting or at a special board meeting other than a Tuesday, I personally think it's probably an exercise worth doing. I think the public would have a lot of interest in hearing directly from those who are proposing these different alternatives.
Well, and there are 5 of them, so we could, inside of 1 hour at 10 minutes apiece, they could each have a representative give a, we could say they have 10 minutes apiece and hold one meeting. We could do, and I would almost suggest we do that first and then go to the evening town hall session rather than have the public come in at that same meeting, and then go to a third meeting where we actually have, after we take the town hall input. So, so anyway, what do you think about that, George?
It sounds reasonable to me. I mean, I wouldn't mind being able to ask questions of and hear the proponents of these various things. And Sean makes a good point. It might help the public wrap their heads around it as well.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I just figured we wouldn't want to burden a meeting with, that much, but I think, like you said, 15 minutes, we could 15 minutes apiece. And we could request a 10-minute proposal, and then we could have 5 Q&A for each one, 5 minutes of Q&A from us, and get through it in 1 hour and 15 minutes. And if that's the case, I would suggest maybe February 15th, a month from now, and I'll get a hold of, we can do outreach to the people who've made the proponents and let them know that, they've got an opportunity on that day should they choose to take it. And then that would be followed by a town hall meeting with public comment, a bunch of written comment coming in. And then that would be followed by another meeting where we would choose whether to take a position and what position to take, if so.
I think that sounds
Well,
reasonable.
I'm sorry, go ahead, George.
Oh, I said, I think that sounds reasonable.
Yep. So thanks, Randy. I know this is not a session marked for any action, but
Point
think
of
that we're-
clarification, if I might. Are we scheduling 1 meeting or 2 meetings?
A total of 3 before we're done, but we would schedule, the thing is, I think what I should do is we should do some outreach and find out which date is going to work the best to get people in here. I'd say no sooner than February 15th, but I think we need to do some outreach to the proponents to see if they can be here to do that.
I just want to make sure the other 2 board members were clear on that, right? So it's not, so we're going to hold 1 public meeting just to do the presentations on the proposals. We're going to hold a second public meeting to provide the public an opportunity to provide you input. Is that what I'm hearing?
A second one, which George suggested last time on Mr. Hay, that we do it in the evening when people would not be working so that the public could better engage on this, because there will be a high level of interest. And then what we did is we brought it back to us. In that case, we actually did multiple meetings, Brian. It was before you got here. We had an educational session where we had some tribal members come in and give us the history, and some others give us history on Mount Evans, on the Sand Creek Massacre, on the Cheyenne Arapahoe's involvement, and all that kind of stuff. Then there were other educational sessions that other people put on that we gave people access to and made sure they knew about through our own actions. Then that was educational material. Then we held a town hall meeting in the evening so that people could come, and it was 1 hour to 1.5 hours long, and we let people just talk to us and give us their public input. We also requested written input, and we had around 100 or something, I think, written comments to us. And then we held a meeting during the day like this, where it was an action session where we discussed it one last time after having learned all of that, what the public thought in the history, and we made a decision on Mr. Hay, which had been Squaw Mountain. And so I'm suggesting we do something like that. And Sean is suggesting, since we have 5 proponents in this case, that we let each of the proponents come in and have their 15 minutes with us to explain and answer questions. So we'd have that first, because that would then inform the public and educate them as well and make them better able to comment to us. Then sometime later, at least a couple of weeks later, at some point in there, we'd hold an evening meeting for them to do that. And then we would come back to a BOCC meeting informed by those 2 meetings and make a decision.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm how many public meetings we're scheduling. That was the reason for my question. So
it's a total of 3, and I think it's a little up in the air what those dates will be until we do a little bit of outreach and contact. And I'll take some responsibility for that, because I know the players, most of them, and try to find out if we can make a date work. I'll get an email out, do a doodle poll or something, and give them a couple of dates. probably starting with February 15th and March 1st, those 2 dates, and see if we can get everybody here for it. And then reinform that. And then once we get that information, give that a few days, then we can get out there in public and start to put the information in place that people need to see.
I think
I'll
that
work
makes
with-
sense. The only thing I would add is I think that recorded session where the Native Americans came in to speak about their feelings, I think was really powerful, and it's recorded, I'm pretty sure. And so I think whatever we do in advance of the public evening meeting, maybe we make sure people know that resource is out there for them to familiarize themselves with, along
Excellent.
with the 5 proposals for an hour that will happen during February 15th. And then I think people will have an opportunity to be pretty well informed. And we need to move on because we have a whole lot of stuff to do before 10:15. So let's send it over to Beth for the county legal newspaper publication opening of the sealed bid.
So in your packets, I gave you what the rates were last year for 2021. And so this year they're proposing the rates from the Clear Creek Current and Colorado Community Media. The rates would be 44 cents a line. And that's for the first publication, and each additional publication is 32 cents per line. So I don't have the old proposal up in front of me, so I'm sure you can see whether that's the same price or a different price. Clear Creek County trustee rates are $70 per week each week, and $350 for a 5-week run. So I know that the Current has not raised their prices for a while, so I'm not sure if that is an increase from last year.
In 2020, I think the document is attached to 2020 information. It was 40 cents per line,
Mhm.
and then 92 cents per line.
So went up 10% in 2 years, roughly.
Yeah, they were the only bid we received, and this is a new owner. I think you probably know Colorado Community Media bought the Clear Creek Current and the Canyon Courier. So
Yep.
I think in their letter in 2020, they expressed that they had not raised prices on us in quite some time. I'm not finding that now.
do you want me to?
Oh,
Cool.
yeah, it just states in many years, and so I don't know how many years. Given that this is our only bid that we received, I don't know that we have.
And then we have on the consent agenda a resolution. Should you decide to accept this bid, it would be a resolution to accept the proposed bid from Colorado Community Media, and whether you approve that or not.
Okay, any other questions about that? We're going to take this up as an action item next. So next is a consent agenda. There are 2 items on here that I wanted to quickly call out. Item 12, I was curious to hear from Brenda how the districts changed, or if they changed, because I looked at the attachment and it wasn't clear to me if what that was. And I'm just kind of curious about that one. And then 13, if anybody else is interested in pulling that one out to read it out loud, I think that would be something to consider. And that's the recognition of the school board month here in Clear Creek County.
So I can speak to what you directed to Brenda, although I know she's on the call as well. The resolution states that there are no changes to the precinct boundaries. We looked at the 2011 map. It is the same one because the amount of active voters has not increased to the extent that it is doubled. So therefore, the statute does not require us to change the precincts. So that's why the map looks the same, except for now it says 2022.
Okay.
Apologize for my voice.
Thanks.
I do have those numbers also if I don't know, we're not at that point yet, but I can show you those numbers. I was having a hard time finding voter counts from 10 years ago, but I did find a voter list that can give you those numbers if you'd like to see those.
Okay. My curiosity is satisfied. George, Randy, do you have any items that you want to pull out of the consent agenda?
Sean?
No, I do agree with you. It'd be nice to have number 13 be read.
I think so too. And I'm same. No, I have nothing to pull out.
And then just as a note, we do have a 10 a.m. liquor licensing authority that we can take up whenever you'd like.
Yeah, that was actually before the consent.
Oh, I skipped that one. Sorry. There's a lot of stuff here on this one. Okay, so let's back up just a second and address consideration approval renewal of optional premises liquor license for Lawson Adventure Park and Resort. Nanette.
Good morning. The first item we have is just approval of their change of manager. They are reporting that Amelia has left and they have a new manager taking over. That is an action that the board needs to approve. With us today, Greg Brooks is on the line. If you guys have any questions, if the board would like to ask Greg any questions.
Okay, I have a quick question for Peter. Do we need to take public comment as part of this?
Yes, you have to offer public comment, and if anybody has something to comment, they should be given the opportunity.
Okay, perfect. So has anybody come here today to make a public comment on this liquor license application? If so, raise your hand, please. Not seeing any. We'll close public comment. And Greg, I see that you're here. Do you have any anything that you want to add to the board before we go through this item?
No, sir. If you can hear me,
Yep.
just to renew.
Okay, Nanette, do you have a staff recommendation?
We would recommend approval of the change of manager. That is the only item today that is requiring a full hearing. The renewal hearing, the renewal of the application can be done administratively if there is no public comment.
Okay. Do we need a resolution, Peter, for the manager change? Or a motion rather?
You need a motion, but no resolution, just a motion.
Okay, so I'm good with it. George, Randy, do you have any questions or comments for Greg?
No. So I move that we accept the change of manager on the liquor license and that for the operations of the Lawson Adventure Park.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thanks, Brian, for catching that one. So now on to the consent agenda. It sounds like we're good with it, and we'll pull off number 13. So that's the case. Let me give them a quick read. Item number 1, consideration approval of warrant register. Number 2, consideration approval of resolution 21-106, resolution authorizing the disposal of satellite communication equipment. Number 3, consideration of approval of resolution 22-01, resolution to designate the legal newspaper for Clear Creek County 2022 publications. Number 4, consideration of approval of resolution 22-02, designation of depositories for Clear Creek County for 2022. Number 5, consideration approval of resolution 22-03, resolution adopting revised investment policy for Clear Creek County. Number 6, consideration approval of resolution 22-04, resolution to designate the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners meeting schedule. Number 7, resolution of approval of consideration of approval of resolution 22-08, resolution setting emergency telephone charges for calendar year 2022. Number 8, consideration approval of Green Lake Headgate Reconstruction Capital Project. Number 9, consideration approval of resolution 22-09, resolution of appointment of member to the Clear Creek County Board of Adjustment. Number 10, consideration approval of letter terminating intergovernmental agreement between Clear Creek County and Gilpin County for coroner services. Number 11, consideration approval of resolution 22-07, resolution authorizing the Clear Creek County Treasurer to make certain assignments, sales or transfers of county held certificates of purchase without prior board approval. Number 12, consideration approval of resolution 22-12, resolution to approve precinct boundaries in Clear Creek County. And that's it.
Move we approve the consent agenda as read. which excluded number 13, which we'll take up after this.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 13, consideration approval of resolution 22-13, resolution and appreciation recognition of January as School Board Recognition Month in Clear Creek County. And I'll just say, I really appreciate our board. They have a huge job in front of them. I think the easy part is done with the bond passing, and now it's a very challenging path that they're going to have to navigate, figuring out how to spend that money and be really good stewards and think really strategically. So I appreciate them volunteering for that role and representing our community. With that, could I recruit one of you two gentlemen to read the resolution?
I'm scrolling down to it.
And free to make any comments if you want to as well.
Since Randy volunteered to read it, I'll just say my piece now. School board is very, very important. The decisions that they make may have more bearing on our future than any other decisions. And I know it's an unpaid position. I know parents get very passionate about what's happening with their kids, and a lot of very passionate comment directed in their direction. I also know that during COVID, there's been a lot of additional stresses to navigate. I think our school board and our school district has done so fantastically with intelligence, compassion, and courage. I'm really just proud to serve in leadership of this community with those excellent individuals. So thank you.
Yep. I'd like to say that I think we have a great school board. I think over the years, we've actually been pretty blessed in that way. Since I'm going to read the rest of this thing, and since time is limited, I'll get onto it without saying much. I served a short term on the school board myself, and it gave me the understanding that it may be the toughest and most important elected position in the county. I say toughest because you're dealing with people's taxes and their kids. And you might as well be opening up politics and religion at a family reunion is to take that one on. It's pretty tough. And I really, really appreciate the people that are there, because I was only there for a short time, and we have some people that have been working their butts off for quite a while. So I appreciate that. Resolution 22-13, resolution in appreciation and recognition of January as School Board Recognition Month in Clear Creek County, Colorado. Whereas school board members, get rid of this, something just popped up, are elected to sit and trust for their diverse communities, and in that capacity are charged with meeting the community's expectations and aspirations for the public education of their students. And whereas school board members are entrusted with the guardianship and wise expenditure of scarce tax dollars, and they are responsible for maintaining and preserving the buildings, grounds, and other areas of the school district that the community has put in their trust. And whereas school board members are responsible for providing leadership that ensures a clear shared vision of public education for their schools, that sets high standards for the education of all students and requires the effective and efficient operation of their districts. And whereas school board members adopt policies to give voice to that leadership and employ a superintendent to administer board policy, and are also responsible for the regular monitoring of the district's performance in compliance with policies. And whereas the board members elected to the school board positions deserve recognition and thanks for their countless hours of volunteer service to public education and the students of our state. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Clear Creek County Board of Commissioners does hereby declare their appreciation to the members of the Clear Creek RE1 School Board and proclaim the month of January 2022 as School Board Recognition Month in Clear Creek County, Colorado. And further be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners urges all citizens to join the community in recognizing the dedication and hard work of local school board members, and in working with them to mold an education system that meets the needs of both today's and tomorrow's students. Adopted this 18th day of January 2022 at a regularly scheduled meeting of the Clear Creek County Board of Commissioners.
Perfect. Does somebody want to make that motion and we can get this approved?
Sure, I move that we approve resolution 22-13 in appreciation and recognition of our school board.
Second.
Thanks. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Perfect. Measure passes. Also, special thanks to Karen for all of her efforts. You've been a real breath of fresh air here in the county, so thank you. All right, on to the next item, and it's Lisa. Consideration approval of a water leasing and basin-wide augmentation plan participation agreement for the Clear Creek RV Resort located at 7364 US Highway 40, west of Empire.
Thank you, Chairman Wood. Beth, if you'll let me share, I have a brief PowerPoint for the group.
And just looking at the time, I know we have an interview at 11:30 scheduled for a half an hour. That's probably not going to take the full half an hour. So we have some things to get through before then, but we have a little bit of flexibility.
Great, thank you. Okay, can everybody see the PowerPoint? Okay, today I'm in front of you for the Clear Creek RV Resort Water Leasing and Basin-Wide Augmentation Plan Participation Agreement. This agreement, or the location, I have a vicinity map, is about 5 3/4 miles west of Empire. You're probably all familiar with it. Here's a picture of going westbound at the bottom of Berthoud Pass. Here's a photograph going eastbound if you're coming down Berthoud Pass on the right. The background of the case, as the location is 7364 US Highway 40. This is replacing a 1997 water sales agreement for what was then the Conestoga Wagon Stop. The amount of water then leased was 0.3 acre feet. It was a 25-year lease, which is expiring next week. And the original use of water was a single family residence, rental cabins, and camping facilities. This new lease reflects the new ownership. It's now owned by RDP Acquisitions, new land uses that were approved in 2001 under rezoning case 262, and a new amount of water. Given those land uses, there's increased uses available, and it's now 0.587 acre feet in the new lease. The land uses now approved per rezoning case 262 are 10 RV sites, 5 cabins, 8 tent sites, 1 single family residence with an office, the signage, which as you saw on the side, the existing billboards, a future restroom, shower, laundry, hot tub facility, and of course the telecommunications site that it is also there and has been since the 2001 zoning approval. The fees for this to the applicant were the augmentation plan participation fee of $10,000, the prorated cost of water, the application fee is $2,000, the annual fee of water and annual administration fee they have actually paid and have been paying for 25 years. So the amount due, if approved today, is $12,000 from the applicant. The important terms of this new lease to bring to your attention, it's not a 25-year lease again. It's a lease for 10 calendar years, and if lessee is in full compliance, automatic renewal for an additional 10 years. The assignment, sale, or lease of the property is allowed pursuant to the contract, and the lessee must operate an on-site wastewater system in compliance with the basin-wide AUG plan, which requires additional regulations to meet Reg 85. As to conclude, as I said, the 1997 water lease expires on January 21st, and that's why we prepared this one for your approval before, so it would flow seamlessly. This water lease will provide a legal water supply to enable them to continue operating. Without another water lease, they would not have a legal water supply for the business as it is operating. It reflects the land use changes that I went over previously, and represents the county's goal of supporting economic development. So with that, I'll take questions if you have any.
I think I just had one quick one. What is the source of their water? Is it a well or is it surface water or something else?
It is a well.
George, Randy?
My only question, Lisa, I always like to look when we approve a lease, just at kind of a basic accounting of how much water we have available to lease and how much is being leased. It's just nice to check in on that. Do you have that information available?
I do. Good question. Thank you. And the remaining, so as everyone knows, we currently have 83 acre feet in our water bank. We have 54.27 committed acre feet. And so in the water bank remaining, we have 28.73 acre feet.
Thank you. That was my only question.
I guess I have one other question. Lisa, is it staff's recommendation that the board approves this request?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If there aren't any other questions, I think we're probably ready to take action.
This is a tiny question. I see resolution number 1-22. Happy to move we approve resolution number 1-22. I'm used to seeing the year number in front. Is this resolution 122 or should this be resolution 22-1? Peter's looking at me like, George, you're killing me.
No, I would agree with you. I just don't know under Beth's numbering if it is number 1.
No, I'm looking at the packet. Hold on. Hold on.
Oh, I figured it out. I'm looking, this is not resolution 0122. That resolution 0122 was passed in 2001.
Yeah, that's the old resolution. So I think it's just passing the water augmentation lease. Is that right? I don't think there's a reso attached.
Yeah, that was just the backup to the item.
Yeah.
Okay, so Peter, help me articulate a motion and I'll make it.
Okay, Lisa, my suggestion would be, hold on, I'm looking at this. I'm just pulling up the agenda, sorry. So Lisa, are you basically looking for approval of the water leasing and basin-wide augmentation plan participation agreement for the Clear Creek RV Resort?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so it's pretty much written out there for you, George, so I would just move to approve that. Do you see it?
Yeah, so I move we approve the water leasing and basin-wide augmentation plan participation agreement with RDP Acquisitions Company doing business as Clear Creek RV Resort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, on to the quarterly update with Open Space Commission. Martha.
Hang on, there you go. There we go. Hello. Oh, did I get unmuted? It says I'm still muted. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. It was still telling me that I was muted. And then I need to share my screen. Anyways, welcome. Thank you for actually not welcome. Thank you for having us before you. Bob Judge is also on. I'm not sure if anybody else has joined us. I'm gonna get my PowerPoint here and hopefully get it up and start. Oh, it's under their slideshow from beginning. Hang on one moment. Oh, come on, things. I wanted it to go full size. Will it go from full size? Come on, there we go. There. Anyways, it's been since October since we've been to see you, and so we're back. This is the current commission members. You'll notice we have a vacancy. John Miller resigned. I did ask Beth to post an ad, and I don't know if she's done it yet, but it's on her to-do list. We also have 4 people, I think, whose terms end in April. And the normal procedure has been we talk to them to see if they're interested in staying on, which we will do. We also will have some sense from our ad whether we have people lining up to serve on the Open Space Commission. So we will interview those folks who come forth and make recommendations to you. It really depends on whether we see people come out of the woodwork or not.
And Martha, real quick,
Sure.
does the board have any preferences geographically or skill set or any other preferences when it comes to filling that seat?
We really sort of look at who comes to us and what skills they have and whether their skill set works for us. People just come in with all sorts of different things, and usually it works. I mean, we have some lawyers, we have some people that are into weeds, etc., animals, whatever. So we really look at sort of what the composition is of who approaches us. And when we have more than one person, we compare those.
Okay, thanks. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, that's fine. No problem. That's a good question. Okay. I'm not going to read the mission statement. You folks have seen it before. I did want to point out that in developing, and it's coming up in one of the next slides, an entrance sign for our facilities like the Floyd Hill Open Space Trailhead. We thought it would be important to have some sort of what's called a tagline on the sign that kind of encapsulates what our mission is, but not so wordy. And so we came up with preserve, protect, and enjoy. And that really captures what that long paragraph says in sort of 3 key concepts. And now we can go to the trailhead sign. We went over this in lots of different ways and came back. And this one actually is the model for what we're going to be doing, except that Floyd Hill, because we co-own it with Jeffco, will also have a Jefferson County open space logo on it. But if you think about Lawson Whitewater Park or the Philadelphia Mill site, et cetera, this is the format that we came up with, and the lettering will be on both sides, and these will be at the entrances to those facilities. So we should have many of these and several of these installed in spring when you can actually dig a hole. Floyd Hill Open Space Park. We continue to have trail usage. We are working on the trailhead improvement for the grant. Jefferson County sort of weighed in at the last minute and raised some very valid concerns with the amount of usage we have seen and they have seen on the Front Range since the pandemic in facilities. We want to be sure that we're maximizing parking, but also maximizing the ability of people and maintenance folks, users and like maintenance folks, to move through the parking lots in a way that is easy. And so they identify things. Many of you probably have seen people are now not using bike racks where their bikes are on top of their bikes or their cars. They're now using these ones that stick on the back, and that's changed the length of vehicles that one is dealing with. And therefore that changes what your parking space needs are and whether you're sticking out into the aisle where people are, the lane where people are moving on traffic. So the Muller folks have taken the design, which I actually have here in the next page, and they're reworking it to think, to see whether we can increase the distance between the parking stalls north and south, and things like turnarounds at the end so that there's space so people don't get trapped and such. So we're waiting for them to come back to us with that revision, and then we will figure out where we're going next. So we're making progress, but it's slow. Before James left, and James has retired and gone off to California, he did come back the last week of the year, and he installed the kiosk up on the ridge, which people might have heard us talk about as the traffic circle, which is where all the trails kind of come together. And it has rules on it and a map, and there's a picture of it. And so people now at the top won't get lost, which, there was a sign at the bottom, now there's one at the top. Peaks to Plains, construction is proceeding in the canyon. If people drive by, they will actually see something, I think, that looks like the trail. The micropiles got completed. We had deeper bedrock than we thought. And so we've been working on, that was CDOT and the contractor, It's why we had an extension which came in and was approved. We will now, it's probably behind your people too. We're extended to the end of April essentially, but they have made great strides now that they have completed the micro piles. MSC walls are like Legos, and those are going in, and they have panels that they precast, and those are going in. They actually poured, you on top of micro piles, you actually make some sort of form and put what they call a cap, and then pour concrete, and then the trail goes on top of that. That got poured last week. So we are making great progress. The extension of the project has potential for cost implications, but not, we do not need to pay CI for their mobilization for the additional days. There are some issues in relation to the micro piles and other things that are increased costs that were encountered. We are fairly confident, given the budget that CI gave us when they were including mobilization costs, we were still within the contract amount. And so I think that once everything gets ironed out, we still will be within the contracted amount. But we will have a meeting, I think it's next week or the week after, to iron that out. CI has given us their justifications for costs, and we will work with CDOT because CDOT has to approve the costs and be able to come back to you and tell you where we are in terms of those costs. It's looking like we will not be incurring extra costs, but it's not final till it's final.
Martha,
sure.
Well, actually, once you're done with this section, I want to go back to the open space parking lot topic, but I don't want to
okay,
jump in the middle of this. So
okay, and these are the Legos I was telling you about. These are the MSC blocks that come in and they put them like Legos. And this is just to give you a flavor. And I also sent you some pictures in the packet of some earlier stuff that we weren't able to see very well last time. But so you can see we're actually getting a real trail there between the creek and the road. And that's the shotcrete that went in with soil nails, and these are the big huge panels. So you can see that it actually looks kind of like a trail, and that gives you some flavor of what's going on. Okay, you wanted to go back to the Floyd Hill, George? I can go back before we go too much further. It's easier to whiz back there. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question. I didn't want to interrupt, and then the transition. Anyway, my question is related to, you said that you're designing this parking lot to maximize capacity. And I know in recreation management conversations, there's a lot of conversation about capacity and the different factors related to capacity, like the ecological factors, the factors related to how many people can you have on a trail and have a great experience. I'm curious, was there an evaluation of, not with respect to the parking lot, but with respect to the trail in the forest, what sort of maximum capacity looks like?
What we based it on is, as you know, where these parking lots are now is essentially where we currently have parking lots. The one, what I'm going to call on the north side, is currently a little smaller, and the one on the south side is currently a little bigger, where we're parking just on the grass. And based on experience over the last couple of years, that level of parking capacity has been able to have people using the facility and not having them run on top of each other. And so we're really doing it based on observation rather than anything, I'd say, sort of scientific. The other constraints as to building parking lots, because one could build a huge parking lot, is A, cost, and B, we're really trying to, we have a building envelope, but we're trying to minimize the amount that we intrude into the building envelope. And as you can see in the corners, both on the sort of the northwest corners of both these, you start going into the slope, and that increases your costs and increases your impacts and what will be visible from the folks on Floyd Hill. So it's really based on, James and the trails crew and users having had it, the number of people that we were able to have at the moment, and then we are constrained. You can't go any further on that south lot without hitting the edge of the building envelope. So,
Okay, thank you for sharing your thinking around that.
yeah. So, anything else on this? Wildfire mitigation. We are working with the Clear Creek Fire Authority on several mitigation projects that they're undertaking that involve open space lands. One specifically, they're looking up at Silverdale and at Sawmill Gulch. And we are in the process of figuring out what they're doing and how we interface with them. We're also going to assess what need there is for wildfire mitigation on open space lands. I think before all three of you were on the board, we did some clearing of trees at the end of Beaverbrook Canyon Road. We had a couple grants. We have done it in the past, but given the current situation, we're going to revisit it, and we're really going to look to, I think it's Jeremy Jones is the person at the Fire Authority who's sort of spearheading their efforts on wildfire mitigation, and we're going to work with them to figure out what they have identified as being the most important areas for this to occur. Douglas Mountain, as you're aware, it closed. It is now called the Pals Family State Wildlife Area. This was clearly one of those projects that involved a lot of effort on a lot of people's parts, and Malt spearheaded it, and we truly appreciate the time they took to work with the Pals family to come up with an agreement, a resolution that met Pals needs and met the needs of the people of Colorado and the citizens of Clear Creek County. Waldorf Mill Site donation. We have the draft phase 1 environmental assessment is done, and we've been trying to get together with Becky to talk to her, and then we need to talk to Peter to figure out what the next steps are. Once that's finalized, we will be bringing the donation for acceptance to you. The proposed Open Space Commission reorganization, we have discussed the proposals and have developed some discussion points on them, and we're preparing a document that we will share with you and county staff for the joint meeting that we're scheduling. I think we're looking at early February. We're looking forward to trying to find mutually acceptable solutions. That's the same thing. Odds and ends. I've been working with the county transportation team on the ongoing discussions about the environmental assessment on the Floyd Hill bridges. Clearly, because Sawmill Gulch which is open space managed property, is clearly in the target of part of this. We've also been involved in the ITF that was looking at the roundabouts up on US 40, because once again, what they do there will impact how people can get to Floyd Hill, to the trailhead. And I've also been working with zoning and the county attorney on some trespass issues on our property that's next to the Lawson Adventure Park. Projects for 22. We hopefully will get under construction on the trailhead improvements. We will finish up the greenway down in the canyon, the portion we're working on now. We will get in and clean up and demolish the cement house. And we're hoping to have a trail plan for Alvarado Open Space Park, and maybe work with the trail crew if they're available to actually get the trail in place. We had a graduate student about 2 years ago or 3 years ago go look at some potential trail options for us, and we need to flag them so we can see them on the ground and then figure out what we're doing. So with that, thank you for the opportunity to give you an update on what we're doing, and I'll take any questions.
Randy, George?
I got mine out earlier.
You what, George?
I got my question out earlier.
Oh, yeah. None for me at this time. Thanks.
Yeah, if anything comes to mind, when you are out walking later in the day or whatever, or tomorrow or the next day, just send me an email or give me a call, and we can hopefully answer what you have.
I have a question, but I think it's probably more directed at Amy. James, I think, had a lot of positive impacts in terms of creating a trails program and creating awesome trails and maintaining them. And now he's gone. I saw that we advertised for his replacement over the last few months. Have we made any progress in terms of, and I know that's a seasonal job that's not really going to get spun up until the snow melts, but do you have a quick status on where that is?
Yeah, Martha and James is helping, even though he's retired, and I have been interviewing some candidates who have applied for the recreation facilities manager job. And as I think you know, we're able to add a position, an 8-month seasonal trails supervisor position, and have rearranged the deck chairs a little bit on how those jobs are, how James's replacement, how his role is defined. And yeah, we have some pretty good candidates, and we've interviewed 5 people. We did those interviews last week. And so Martha and James and I are working on figuring out what the next step is and hoping to make an offer. Hoping to finish the interview process and get somebody hired pretty soon. I'm eager to get somebody in James's seat and start the process of training them and really figuring out how this new structure between James and the trails supervisor is going to work out. I'm optimistic and excited about it.
Okay, perfect. Well, thanks for sharing your updates with us today, Martha, and thanks, Bob, for you and your team. Look forward to our meeting next month, just to get on the same page regarding our strategy and our path forward. With that, I think we're ready to move on to our public health update with Dr. Tim Ryan.
Great.
Good morning, everyone. Let's get started with the numbers. So nationally, we're at 66.3 plus million confirmed cases. That's an increase of more than 6 million cases in the last week alone. Case rate, new cases, we're at an average daily of 800 plus thousand per day as a 7-day average across the entire country. Hospitalizations, all-time high. We've seen an increase of 5% over the last week as well. Fatalities, we've lost over 851,000 Americans to date. Current rate is at 1,963 per day as a 7-day average. 2-week test positivity across the country, 25.4%. Contributing factors to the spread, Omicron and the unvaccinated. Vaccine rate across the country, fully vaccinated, we're at 62.9%, so less than 63. And vaccinated with 1 dose, we're at 75.5. Here in Colorado, case is the same. Current number of daily cases is now in excess of 11,550 per day as a 7-day average across the state. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate is at 2,938 per 100,000. Hospitalizations, 92% of our ICU beds are currently full, where 70% of those are the unvaccinated. Currently, there are 1,655 individuals with another 69 currently hospitalized for confirmed COVID across the state. Our test positivity rate in the state is at 27.5%. Contributing factors to the spread here in Colorado are the same as they are nationally. The unvaccinated and the Omicron variant are driving all of it. Vaccine rate here in the state, 78.9% are eligible individuals have at least 1 dose, and 71% are fully immunized. Here in Clear Creek County, our case count over the last 7 days, we've had 100 plus cases, 235 over the last 2 weeks. Currently 22 active cases. Hospitalizations, we are at 55, actually had one overnight. An increase of about 10 over the last 3 weeks. Fatalities, we are now at 10 across the county. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate is at 2,502 per 100,000. Test positivity rate is at 30.28% in this county. Contributing factors to the spread of this virus are the unvaccinated and the Omicron variant. Testing updates. We continue to have testing 3 times a week. COVID Check is doing the maximum number of tests per day and allowing walk-ups, although they would like you to pre-register. And those are on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays across the county. Vaccine update hasn't changed. Our number is now 63.9%, have at least 1 vaccine dose, and 57.4% are fully immunized across the county. Contact tracing, because of the sheer volume of cases, our nursing staff is no longer contact tracing everyone. They are contact tracing everyone under the age of 18 or in school, and all those folks over 60. Far more manageable numbers than trying to get everyone. We do recognize there have been some testing issues in terms of number of individuals not receiving their test results or receiving them many days later. COVID Check, like every other industry in this entire country, is being hit with COVID, as you might imagine. And so they're having staffing shortages and slowing that process down. So at this point, nothing we can really do about that. If you are symptomatic, stay home. Stay home for the 6 days and try to isolate from others. Any questions so far?
I think one thing pops into my head is that it must be very, well, it is for me, frustrating to look at our vaccination rates when I look at the state and the nation and look at our county vaccination rate, recognizing, of course, that we still hold that there could be some inaccuracy in that that's based on some confusion on the eastern end of the county with regard to just how the data is being counted. Although my understanding was that was cleared up. It's just super fresh. I mean, I recognize that it's everywhere right now, and we're in a new phase of the pandemic for some weeks now. But seeing a cumulative incident rate of 2,502 when we were looking at numbers that were a fraction of that before, as we were trying to put, proper measures in place to help hold it down, is just astounding. And then I look down at and I know it's not just here, but when I look particularly at our vaccination rate, it's just very troubling to me.
I could not agree more, Randy. We are continuing to have our vaccine clinics on Wednesdays, as we have for months. The vast majority, as you might imagine, are individuals getting their booster shots. Just a handful of individuals getting their first time. So again, the level of misinformation out there, it isn't surprising, but
Another thing that popped up is I know that we're seeing, and I don't suggest that we don't pay heed to the notices we get from the state, but the number of, with mobility data driving, those messages that we get that say that you've been, it's like an exposure notification. I've talked to people that said, yeah, I got 3 of those last week. It's like every time I go to the store, I get one of those now. And I don't know if it's somebody in the next aisle over shopping at the same, shopping the aisle at the same speed I am, or what's happening, but I'm trying to not be anywhere and do anything, but it's still getting them. And the catch is with the lack of testing that we're seeing right now, shortage of testing opportunities, how should people respond if they are asymptomatic and they see that thing pop up on their phone?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, if you have a known exposure, meaning you hung out with a friend outside and went hiking for a few hours and they became positive a day or two later, that sort of interaction is far more applicable than a random, right? To your point, in the grocery store, you could have passed somebody by in a grocery store, and it's a testament to wearing a mask. It's all the more reason you should wear a mask when you go out in public, to minimize that risk that even though you've been exposed to somebody, that mask is an extra layer of protection for you to say, okay. So in that case, to your point, I think until you start feeling any symptoms, when you receive those things, I think you should keep them in the back of your mind that you have potentially been exposed, but it shouldn't dictate your behavior. until you have a symptom. If you start feeling symptomatic a few days later, then yes, there's probably some truth to that notification that you got. But until that happens, I would still, continue on with your life, wear the mask when you do go out in public, and try to limit that exposure from the beginning.
Is it correct? I think those notifications effectively mean that you were in the vicinity of someone who then got a positive test. It doesn't wait for a certain amount of time that phones are close or anything like that. Do you know how the app works?
I initially did. I don't know if they have subsequently changed the algorithm to that. But to your point, yes, you're in the vicinity. The challenge with it is you don't know if that person, when that person was tested in relation to your exposure, and when that person was either asymptomatic or not in relation to your exposure. So it's merely, that's like the 30,000 foot level of notification and protection, if you will. And then the sort of 500 foot is, I hung out with Sean all weekend and Sean calls me and says, hey, I tested positive on Monday. That's a totally different level of interaction and exposure. So to my point, I wouldn't change your life because of those notifications. I would just be more aware of yourself in terms of feeling symptomatic or otherwise.
And they don't differentiate between indoor and outdoor or anything like that either. So it's just,
correct.
We're two phones close to each other, basically.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I have a friend who was at a football game and got about 40.
Right now, it's, and the numbers that the case counts that I just reiterated to you guys on every level, national, state, and local, those are but a fraction of reality. If I had to give my best guess, I would say it's probably double that, if not more, because of the lack of testing, because the lack of individuals actually going to get tested, and a host of reasons why that would be. So
that reminds me of another question. Someone close to me probably had it over the break, and they got tested the first day they had symptoms and tested negative, although they had hallmark symptoms. So that person's pretty sure they had it. Is that something that's different with Omicron, or is that something that's been going on all along, that you may be symptomatic and still test negative?
It depends on the kind of test you are taking and doing, because as we now know, the antigen tests that everybody wants at home are not terribly accurate. Even if you are symptomatic, it's only 40% accurate. A PCR test, on the other hand, it is very rare that if you are symptomatic and you do have COVID, in fact, it's very rare for a PCR test to miss it. The likelihood of that is quite low. So it is possible for certain. I mean, the PCR, any test, right? It's depending on how much is coming out of your nose and mouth, right? And if your viral load, that's what that is, isn't and doesn't meet that minimum threshold of the test, it doesn't mean it isn't present. It just means it hasn't reached that threshold that it's now detectable by that test. So it is possible, particularly if the individual is fully vaccinated, that their body is fighting it in such a good way that their actual viral load that they're expelling doesn't quite meet that threshold, even though in fact they do have COVID.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
The 40% accuracy rate on those home antigen tests, is there, I mean, as I look about it and I think about adding a safety factor on top of that, does that mean you should take 4 of them and see if any of them come back positive?
Well, and that's a great point, Randy. The thing about these tests is they're really designed for individuals who are symptomatic and meant to be taken in a serial fashion, meaning I'm going to wake up every day and test myself for 5 days. And in those 5 days, if I am positive and symptomatic, it will find me positive, right? If I just one-off it, which is typically what most people are doing now, and why I'm not an advocate of these, because it's giving them a false sense of reality. They're testing one time because they only have one test. They're testing one time. They're not yet symptomatic. They find themselves negative. The next day they become symptomatic and they're like, oh, I'm negative. I tested yesterday. When in fact, that's not actually reality. So they're really meant to be taken in a serial fashion. We've been hesitant to use them because we didn't anticipate or expect any staff or students or otherwise to be testing on a daily basis. It's just not practical for anybody to really be doing that. So we haven't been promoting them. The test that we have received from the state, we have given out to all staff at the school district. The school district received them, public health did not. And they have been handing them out and using them from the staff's perspective, because right now that's the Achilles heel at the school. As soon as enough staff are sick and can't teach, the school has to go remote. And so we're trying our best to avoid that situation as best we can.
Yeah, I think kind of in my own mind, my thought is if I ever have symptoms, I'm just going to assume I have it. And especially now that the time period of quarantining is less than a week. I mean, and there's no tests. I mean, why wouldn't you just look at it that way?
And that's what we've been telling people. If you don't have access to a test and you're symptomatic, assume you are and stay home. Right? If you have allergy-like symptoms and you take something for an allergy medicine and they go away, you don't have COVID. You have allergies. Right? If you have a headache and you take an aspirin and it magically goes away, you don't have COVID. You have a headache. And that sort of, just basic approach.
I have a question. You probably already answered it, but I get a lot of calls from, other teams or coworkers who will call and say, well, I was at a party last weekend or at a relative's house last weekend, and they just tested positive, but I don't feel bad. Should I stay home? And I usually tell them to go get a test. But I mean, if they're not having symptoms, and I don't know what to tell people.
I wish public health had $10 every time we were asked that question, because we'd be
Yeah.
fine for the future.
Yeah. I asked you that one after my family reunion. I remember that.
Yeah, the answer is basically what we've been saying. If you become symptomatic in any way, shape, or form, then assume you're positive. And behave in a way that is trying to protect those around you. So for instance, if you've been in that situation, really try to take precautions over the next few days to minimize your exposure to others, if in fact you are positive, right? And get tested as quickly as you can. I know testing is challenged at times, but if you do get the opportunity to test, do that. There are antigen tests, which we've been talking about. I don't know that those are going to provide a definitive answer for those individuals. It's really about changing your own behavior and changing in what you're doing.
Thank you.
So the reality is New York and New Jersey are really the leading edge of the pandemic in this country in terms of Omicron. So they're basically heading up and are now starting to plateau, which people look at and say, oh, it's changing. Well, when you're at 800,000 plus cases a day as an average, I think it's going to take us a few weeks. Even once it does plateau and start to come down, we're going to be at several weeks. We're at 700, 600,000 cases across the country, which is alarmingly high numbers. And yes, Omicron is a less severe variant than Delta is, but by sheer volume, we're seeing hospitalization numbers, the likes of which we haven't seen in a very long time. And as I stated, the number of fatalities on a daily basis is approaching 2,000 per day. So it isn't something to not take serious or take less serious than Delta by sheer number and the number of unvaccinated that we have not only in this county, but across the entire country. I think the denominator is large enough that if it isn't taken serious, we're going to be seeing a continuation of this for many, many more weeks.
So I saw that Dr. Fauci was asked to comment on this theory that Omicron may be the final variant that is pandemic before this thing becomes endemic. I think he responded by saying, yes, it has that possibility, with the caveat that we could get another variant that would change it again. Do you share that perspective that Omicron may be able to get us to a point where this is an endemic virus and not a pandemic
You know, George, I'm going to give you the same response Dr. Fauci did because he's a very smart man. And the problem with what we're seeing now, and the reason he answered in the way he did, when you have 800,000 plus, and imagine it's 1.6 million in reality, 1.6 million cases per day in a single country, it only increases the potential for a new variant to develop. That's how new variants become new variants, right? There's such a platform for them to replicate. And this is going on around the world. So his hesitation in answering that definitively is based on reality. The reality is there could be a variant that comes out of this that in fact changes that course of reality of, we now have a new variant, for instance, that doesn't really care that you've been vaccinated. And if that's the case, the denominator grows exponentially, right? And we're basically having a very different discussion. So to Dr. Fauci's point, yes, this is spreading at such an alarming rate and in so many corners of the entire world that it has the potential to get us to the endemic state. Because if this infects enough people, we're now getting to that level of herd immunity. And the next variant that comes, if it isn't a variant that doesn't care that you've been vaccinated, and it's sensitive to the fact that you've been both vaccinated and you've had a prior diagnosis, then yes, it could get us to the endemic point, because between the vaccinated folks and everyone else who's had the virus and both, we could see the level of herd immunity that's necessary to get us to the endemic state. So I think his answer is absolutely spot on. It has the potential to get us there, but there's the reality of viruses that if we've learned nothing in the last 2 years, this virus doesn't really care what we think. The virus will continue to replicate and continue to change to take advantage of the reality on the ground across the entire globe. So the short answer is I could not agree more with Dr. Fauci.
Okay. In terms of what that means for us and the decisions that we have kind of within our locus of control, there's kind of 2 conclusions that are in my mind that I think I want to express and see how you feel about. The first one is that this has the potential to be our last front. And our primary mandate, as it's been, is to try to keep hospitals from becoming overwhelmed. That means trying to slow down the spread to the extent that we can so that there's a hospital bed available for someone. And then the second is that we need to start thinking about, as a public health agency, what our mandate is when we get to that endemic phase and we no longer have to worry about protecting hospital capacity. The obvious thing that comes to mind is focusing on, just the wellness recovery of our population. Is there anything that you want to share in response to those thoughts?
At this point, George, I think continuing to do what we're doing for now until the numbers indicate to us that we should be doing something differently. Seeing the numbers go down on any given week from 800,000 to 725 is not an indication to me that we should change course. I think the course that we're on has been effective. I think it's been challenging at times, to be sure. If the data and the reality on the ground suggests that we should be moving in a different direction, I and my team are more than happy to do that and more than happy to take the lead on that. Right now, I don't think we're at that point. I think in the future we will be at that point. I am hopeful that this current variant does change the course of what's going on and that we're able to have a different discussion than how COVID is impacting things. And happy to revisit any sort of measures that we've taken so far. And do we really need them at this point or continue to see those through? So I think it's an ongoing, evolving discussion. I don't think right now things have changed to warrant that discussion in terms of great details about what we would do or not do. I think keeping in place what we have right now makes the most sense to me.
Sorry, I agree with you. And I wasn't suggesting any policy changes right now in the midst of this peak that we're at, or even as we decline. Your point is well made. The thing that I think maybe there's some room for us to be proactive to the extent we have the bandwidth, is start to think about kind of what our strategy is in the endemic phase, how we're going about trying to help people rebuild their relationships, immune systems, mental health, etc.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think our endemic response would be similar to what we have with flu, right? We have vaccines available. We have a whole host of services available to help people in that situation. I think COVID is not terribly different in that sense once we get to the endemic state of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, George, I like your comments, and my view on them is pretty similar. And a simple view of it is we really have staffed up to deal with this crisis, and we have dollars that are going to carry us probably past the crisis phase of this. And how do we shift our focus, right? I mean, we had a big debate publicly about insulin, and I think an equally interesting debate is, why do people need insulin in the first place, right? Why have we shifted to a carbohydrate centric diet that's resulting in obesity and diabetes? But anyway, I won't hop fully on my soapbox for now, but that's kind of where I see the conversation heading at some point, I hope. But like Yogi Berra said, predictions are hard to make, especially about the future.
True enough. Well, if it's comforting and all to you guys, we are not single-minded here at Public Health. We have simultaneously, despite the pandemic, been trying to promote and expand our programmatic offerings, and hope to do so into the broader future around mental health and substance abuse and a whole host of issues that haven't been put on hold despite the pandemic. They had to have continue alongside simultaneously.
Anything from you, Randy?
Not other than what I already said.
Okay. Well, it looks like our next agenda item is at 11:30, so we have a little bit of time to catch our breath, unless you have any parting words for us, Dr. Ryan.
Be well, wear a mask.
Okay, thanks. So we will we'll have a brief recess until 11:30. I'll see everyone then.
Hi, John.
Hey, George. How you doing?
Doing well. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
All right, well, it's 11:30. Looks like we're all back. Mr. Jennings, thanks for joining us. I took the opportunity to look at your letter, which Beth included in our packet, which was from February of 2014. So you've been around for a little while, and I don't know that we've gone through this process with you, Mr. Jennings, before, but we decided at some point last year that rather than just reappointing people in a rote fashion, we have given them an opportunity to kind of come before us and mention your interest in continuing. And we have quite a long time on the calendar or on the schedule for this, which we don't need to use all of it. But anyway, first I would just say thank you so much for your service and for your interest in continuing, and just give you the opportunity to let us know where you're feeling on this now and make a statement.
Okay. I'm very happy to continue on if you guys feel that I suit what you're looking for. I have enjoyed my time on the Board of Adjustment. It was a real learning experience at first because it's, more judicial than it is other as far as the way the board is operated. I think that looking forward, if you guys do have me continue, it'd be real interesting to see all the ways things change with zoning and the interpretation with fire and all the other interesting things that are on the horizon. So pretty much that's it. I have always enjoyed it, and if you guys feel like you want to keep me on, I'm willing to serve.
Thank you very much. And I think I saw in your letter you served on the Planning Commission also for a season.
I did.
I'm just kind of curious from a personal note, how do you see those two responsibilities, and what led you to prefer this one?
When I became a selectman, I could no longer serve on the Planning Commission. They promoted me up from there. And then I still like the idea of doing things with the county rather than just the town. And that's why I've pursued the library, working for the library system on the boards, both the town and the county. And also I've been real happy to work with the fire district. So it kind of feels like it ties things together for me with how kind of the whole government structure is set up.
Okay. And last personal question, my next door neighbor we appointed a while ago, Randy. Have you had a chance to meet Randy at all?
Yeah. Great. Awesome.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, thank you for that. Randy and George, what do you got?
Well, I was thinking downloading a little bit, like what do you, you've enjoyed being on the board. At first, I thought when I first looked at your original letter, and I looked at the top right-hand corner, I thought it said 1914 been appointed, and I thought, man, this guy ages well. No, I guess it's a thought, like, to me, when we come in for these, one of our thoughts was not just to say, well, let's check these people out and make sure they still want to be there and we want them there and stuff like that. But it's more like, how can we be engaged and active and take this as an opportunity, as sort of like a download or a debrief or something about how you feel about the way things operate there, and if there are any things you've seen and any recommendations that you would make as you go forward, things you'd like to see differently with the way we engage in any manner with regard to the job that you have to do there.
Absolutely. I think one of the things that's kind of been working on me for the last, 3 or 4 years is the setback requirements that allow a lot of these cases to move forward, where we're kind of saying, yeah, sure, you can go ahead and build into this 30-foot, you know, kind of looking at it more like it's just non-safety. It's more just kind of okay because the houses around them or whatever have a similar setback, or it doesn't seem like it's going to really be impeding on the neighbors. But my concern is how, as a former hotshot, how are they going to defend these places? And I've asked for that a couple of times to be looked at, real low key, but I think, you know, like San Diego's switched it up to 100 feet from 30 feet for a lot of the setbacks and stuff like that. If you guys could look at that, we might be able to come up with some you know, kind of better, I'm trying to shape this, better requirements for people, that so that it's more about safety and you know, first responders getting in there and being able to actually do something rather than just have the fire burn over their house, take it with them, and maybe take all their neighbors. I'm probably saying this in a real crude form, and I apologize for that, but that is one thing that has been kind of on my mind for years.
So I think what's, let me see if I'm getting this right. So what you're speaking to is a case where what's grandfathered and a precedent, you know, precedent that's that someone has said, I want to not use that other word, has it becomes that same condition for everyone around them, that they get to say, well, you let that, well, they got to do it. You know, that one person gets to build within 5 feet of the line, then why can't the other person build within 5 feet of the line? And if they happen to be right next to each other, they're now within 10 feet of each other. And so you get a community spread of fire that's difficult to defend. Is that what you're speaking to?
Yeah, and in the sense that a lot of the properties that we look at are rural, and the response time for the fire department, you know, is longer. Plus, there's no fire plugs, you know, fire hydrants where they would be fighting that fire. So the fire department's already starting at a disadvantage. You've cut down the ability for the house to kind of be able to take care of itself while the fire department does respond. Plus, we're a rural fire district, and you know, it's just going to be longer because volunteers suit up and get out there. Did that clarify any of that for you?
Mm-hmm.
I think that people have property rights. You know, I know as a you know, person that's built in rural areas and whatnot, you know, I like the idea of being able to build, but the new reality is things need to be different. You know, if you're going to allow people to do that, then it needs to be a really fire resistant structure that's built, something that won't necessarily add to the problem. That would be a solution for a rule change.
I had a similar question in mind to Randy's, so thank you for asking it, Randy. And my motivation for the question would have been to just get a feel for whether you're kind of going day to day with this in this role, or whether you're, you know, really thinking about it. And I think your response indicates that you're definitely thinking about this role in the way that we want people on this board too. And so thank you for your service and your thoughtfulness. I hope you know that in the general sense, as you sit on the Board of Adjustment, if you come across a piece of our code that you're having problems with, myself and probably the rest of the board is all ears for your observations.
Okay. Yeah, that would be my fault for not pushing it forward, but I will, going forward, actually memo something to you guys so you'll be heads up on that kind of thing, especially since, you know, things have really changed in the last year or two. And we need to figure out a way to, provide services at lower costs and all that good stuff. So that's going to fall on the property owners for being prepared.
Another kind of question. I see this as an opportunity for the three of us to learn also. And we've sort of coalesced on this philosophy that whether it's planning commission or board of adjustments or open space, we think it's reasonable to think of one of the criteria as sort of geographical diversity. Another one is just diversity in backgrounds, so that the entire commission or board has a very wide breadth of capabilities. Can you think of any other things specifically related to the Board of Adjustments, as we're, it's all the boards have a healthy amount of turnover and we're always recruiting people. What are we missing? What are the types of skills or the types of citizens who you think would be the best next few people to add to the Board of Adjustments?
Well, I really like the board's current constitution. It seems really diverse. I'm a dyslexic guy that looks at the world in a different way, and I think that's good to be on. Have some people like me on the board, because it's just like I just see things differently. But there's lots of people that see things conventionally, and I think the discussion with all of us is really helpful. So what you've been doing has been right on as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thanks. Randy, George, do you have anything else? If not, Mr. Jennings, do you have anything for us?
Keep it up. You guys are doing a great job. I'm very happy with the county and my interactions. When I hear things coming down the pipeline, they seem like they're logical and thought out. So thank you.
Yeah, and thanks again for your service. And the way the process works, if you remember from 1914 or whenever that was, we're going to have, we're going to revisit this at a future meeting. And, based on everything I've heard here, I'm fully expecting that we'll be very excited to invite you to continue on and serve. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And I think this was really helpful as well. It's always nice to meet, you guys. Kind of, this feels more personal, but to be able to actually have a conversation makes me feel really good.
Awesome. Every now and then we get it right. That's good to hear.
Except for the Zoom part, I can just reach out and just.
It works good. I ran away from work, and I've been able to do this, and I can get back to work. So it's really, in a way, it's easier.
Yeah, it is. And then we've seen drastically higher participation from citizens in the county now that it's a lot easier. You don't have to hoof it up to, Georgetown's not to complain, but it's a 40-minute drive from my house in each direction. And so I can see why my neighbors aren't beating a path to join our meetings during business hours.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks again. So we are at the end of the morning agenda. I know we have a executive session to work in at some point today, and I pinged Brian and Peter earlier about the possibility of doing that, since we have quite a nice block of time from now until our next agenda item. It would be my preference, since I do have something at 2:00. Are we okay with maybe at least starting the executive session and leaving a good bit of time for lunch too?
Yes, and I had done the same thing. I texted Peter and asked if we had something on the last break. I was thinking, do we have any 15-minute items? And he said yes, but he thought we could get through them pretty quickly. So I'm happy to dig in.
Okay, well, with that, then I move the Board of County Commissioner into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS 246402(4)A and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in property located at 240 Colorado Highway 103 in Idaho Springs, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned property. And pursuant to CRS 246402B and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to entering into a new intergovernmental agreement with the Clear Creek Fire Authority prior to or upon the expiration of the current agreement, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to a new intergovernmental agreement with the Clear Creek Fire Authority.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye. And I presume we'll see a Zoom link in a second.
Sending it now.
Okay, perfect. So the board will adjourn into executive session and we will be returning no later than 1 o'clock for the CDOT quarterly update. I'll see everyone then.
Hi, Ben. Hi, Kurt.
Hi.
Hi, they should be here shortly. They're coming right out of another session, but give them just a minute and they'll be here.
Sounds great.
My guess is it involves the other two commissioners probably running across their house really, really fast and then running back to their, after a long, long bout of meetings this morning.
Then do you all have more people coming on today besides you and Kurt to speak?
I guess also defer to Kurt on that. Kurt, is anybody else joining from your group?
I don't think from my group. Yeah.
Then I don't believe so, but they may surprise me.
No worries. Just wave, you know, make a scene on camera and I'll cross them over.
I take that back. I'm hoping that Paul Fox will be joining us.
All right, it's almost 1 o'clock, so I just wanted to say the magic words from our executive session. Board is back into regular session. We conclude our executive session. No written minutes were kept and no decisions were made. And here we are at 1 o'clock, and we have our partners from CDOT here to present to us.
Sorry, I'm catching up with myself on my presentation file. Every time I click a button, it takes 5 seconds longer. Come on. Okay, let's see if I can. Thanks for bearing with me. Put that out of my way. So everyone should be seeing my presentation screen, hopefully. Yep. Okay, good. So thanks for having us again at a quarterly update between Clear Creek County and CDOT. Just kind of briefly go through my agenda for today before we jump into any questions or discussions that you all may have. So this quarter, we really want to sort of do a brief overview of some sort of introductions, people in new roles, and then currently what our operating, roles are at CDOT, just as it pertains to Clear Creek County. Then I'm going to discuss some projects in construction, projects in pre-construction, some maintenance updates, and then questions and discussion at the end. So, Kurt, I'll let you kind of introduce yourself and maybe talk about the Floyd Hill project as a whole.
All right. Hi, my name is Kurt Kianka. I am the new Floyd Hill project director. I started on the project at the beginning of November. Been with CDOT a long time, going on 19 years now. Spent most of my career, well, up until now, in the Denver metro area, doing design, construction. Prior to this, I was a resident engineer at CDOT in the North program. And yeah, excited to be part of the project and it's and everything that it has to offer. So yeah, hi.
So yeah, and I forgot to briefly introduce myself again, like I should every meeting, but Benjamin Davis, resident engineer focused on I-70 corridor, mountain corridor projects that are not Floyd Hill or Floyd Hill related. So yeah, that's who I am. I've been with CDOT about 5 years now. Had a career in construction and design prior to that, with consultants and big contractors, and got to travel all across the country and decided that I wanted to stop doing that. But another kind of update that I want to, or I guess along with Kurt on the Floyd Hill project, Jeff Hampton has been identified as the construction manager for the project. We're going to be working on that project from today, or I mean, from the recent history going forward. So he's not going to just be activated when it goes to construction or anything like that. So he's full time on that project. Maintenance section number 9. Paul Fox is acting superintendent. So section 9 is that section that covers Clear Creek County. And so Jeff Tatton-Norse had left. And so with his retirement, then Paul Fox is acting, and I believe, I'm guessing they'll try to backfill that position at ASAP. And again, with that, most of you may or probably already know, Paul Jositis has retired from Region 1 RTD. They are in the process of backfilling his position. But with that, they're doing a rotation between Jessica Mickelbrust, Angie Jerome, and Sean Smith, sort of all of our deputy directors in the Region 1. And so if we ever need any contact with the Region 1 RTD or decisions made or anything like that, there is somebody that is identified to be on duty during that time frame on a week-to-week basis. And that's communicated out to the CDOT folks on like either a weekly or bi-weekly basis or something like that. Kurt, do you know anything more there? That's kind of where that's at, right?
Yeah, and I know they're doing interviews, I think this week for Paul's replacement. So I would imagine they will have a new RTD in place here quickly. I think it's a priority. So,
Well, it's been it's a drag to see Paul go. It's been a long relationship and a good one. And I'm thinking we've had some pretty big guns here. Had the pleasure of working with a lot of good people at CDOT so far. We lost Steve Harrelson as they swept him to the top earlier,
right,
a while back, and anyway,
I'm kind of still unhappy about that. But that's only because I lost him. But anyway, yeah. So going a little bit into project updates to construction projects first. That's kind of how I did it last time. That's how I think I like doing it forward. If you want to switch it up at all, or if you'd like me to reprioritize that, just let me know. But the I-70 resurfacing project, Georgetown to Empire, construction is complete on that. The US 6 resurfacing, I say resurfacing, but it's also a lot of safety improvements on that project as well. That's still at 15% complete. Completion scheduled for August of 2022, so next summer. That project's, I believe, falling under Bob Yost. And then I think Ray Stramberg, who was involved in the PPSL project, was also heavily involved in that. I think he's the project engineer on that. US 6 tunnel lighting, almost complete on that. Lights on around February 1st. And so that's almost complete. Clear Creek Greenway project, obviously awarded to ACC. I think we had that on there last time, but there's a few revisions on that project that we wanted to make sure we got the right things into that project. And there should be, that project continues to progress. And that project, as well as the County Road 314, kind of fall under Kevin Brown. So if you reach out to me about either of those projects, I'll be in contact with both the project engineers on those, and then Kevin Brown as well. I'll be looping in. County Road 314, there's some road closures for pipe crossings coming up. Project completion identified for September of 2023. There are a number of issues, a couple self-imposed ones that I think we're working through on that one as well. So we continue to work through on that one and work with ACC, the contractor, to, they've done, I will say on that one, at least internally, it sounds like ACC has done a lot just to keep the project moving forward and work what they can on that project and construction while we work through some issues from the design. I-70 Floyd Hill, the Chief Host of Resurfacing, contractor NTP was December 16th. And that had a floating start date, so that project will start up in the March-April timeframe with the contractor. And that project will get rocking and rolling in the summer. It'll be primarily a nights project. One of our folks will be sort of a deputy project engineer on that. And then we've got another ex-CDOT project engineer, resident engineer, kind of running that project with that employee. So looking forward to good things on that project. PPSL partial acceptance issued November 2020. That doesn't seem right. 2021, I'm guessing. And then landscaping ITS tooling ongoing. So a few projects going on, and then talk a little bit more about Floyd Hill and pre-construction. Actually, I'll let Kurt kind of handle this.
All right. Yeah, Floyd Hill, it's been an exciting, busy month for Floyd Hill. You guys are aware we're going through the RFP process with our construction manager and designers that are proposed for the project. With the construction management team, we shortlisted to 3, which was Kiewit, Kramer, and Granite SEMA. We did interviews last Thursday, and we're going to meet a week from today to discuss the scores and hopefully come to a decision on who the top construction manager is. And then we will hopefully have that notice go out next week. The design RFP, same thing. We shortlisted to 3. We have interviews scheduled for Friday, and we're hoping to make the selection next week as well. Very good process on both. We have large panels, panel members, scoring members, to make sure that it's a very fair process. So with both of those, we're hoping to have both the designer and the construction manager on board in the April timeframe. And then we're doing a kickoff and really get going on final design and determining what the best final, I guess, alignment is. You know, the canyon viaduct alternative is the preferred alternative. We did see some innovations to it that we probably need to take a look at in it. But we'll work on those once we get everybody on board. That's the total cost is looking at $700 million. We still have a funding gap of somewhere around $200 million that we're trying to close, looking at maybe going after some grants and some other forms to close our funding gap. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Thanks, Kurt. So I'll talk about some of our other projects in pre-construction. We've got some of the Floyd Hill early action projects, the Empire Wildlife Crossing, Genesee Wildlife Crossing, Floyd Hill roundabouts, and parking. Those are still progressing past the FIR, getting kicked off with the new design teams. They're cranking away on those, and there should be an FOR, sometime this spring, so that way those projects can go into construction this summer and really get cranking out ahead of the main project. Again, Kevin Brown is the resident engineer that's overseeing those, as well as one of the main design managers are Colleen King and Matt Smith, who Matt Smith works for myself and Colleen for Kevin. Mount Evans, I forget the exact last status of this, but this is primarily the work that we're doing, really led by the feds, to do a small repair on, or that work on the Colorado Highway 5 going to Mount Evans. There was talk of additional work or additional project outside of those limits, but I haven't heard any movement on that recently. The EJMT projects, so those are split up into the 6 projects. Those are first starting in a month, all under Neil Retzer. There's actually an additional team member on that now, and a new younger engineer that's going to be helping out with those projects and getting those rolling and getting those underway. US 40 resurfacing and County Road 257 intersection improvements, trying to get the consultant on board for that so we can get going with design. Lots of different elements to that project. We'll still be rolling forward with a PLT on that project and revisiting that once we get some more contracting issues kind of ironed out. Bakerville to EJMT climbing lane project is another project that we're getting ready to kick off some pre-construction on. Amy Saxton will be helping us out with reviewing the proposals and going through that process, but we're really looking forward to getting a good consultant on there so we can really get into the weeds and some details before some bigger decisions are made on that project. Idaho Springs Mobility Hub, another project, and I actually wanted to thank Commissioner Wheelock for kind of voicing some support at the I-70 Coalition meeting. That was great, you know, when Andy Marsh was talking about the project and Commissioner Wheelock was, you know, voicing the county's support of that project and the mobility hub. I thought that was really great, and great opportunity, especially with that audience, to try to, you know, find us some more funding for that project, find Idaho Springs some more funding. We have an MOU now signed on that project, and it's Idaho Springs really trying to get into the details of what can they get done in that project. I-70 resurfacing, EJMT down to Georgetown. So we're sort of shifting gears. We initially had a project that we'll be taking to FIR, which was Chief Hosa down to sort of I call it Colfax, but it's the Morrison exit where the parking lots are. We're going to shift our design funds and efforts to this other project coming eastbound down from the tunnels as the pavement condition warrants us to do so. So that's really an update on our pre-construction projects and kind of where we're at on our current efforts.
Is the Mount Evans, is that just the typical frost bog heave that's just down from Summit Lake there? That's the part that you had the funding to address?
Yes.
And there was talk about some more significant, I thought, federal funds or some other funds coming in, and you mentioned that a moment ago, but no progress we've heard.
Right, I actually haven't heard an update on that recently. So the last time we had reached out to that project will actually be designed, I believe, out of our North Program unit. And the last time we touched, one of my project managers, Brian Meyer, touches base with them regularly to keep sort of a pulse on that, but those funds have not, I think, appeared yet, or appeared's not the right word, but it's the word I'm going to use. So we do continue to check up on that. So maintenance has provided some, you know, additional updates as far as what they've been putting down and kind of what's been going on. I think so far, you know, just anecdotally, it hasn't been a huge winter until as of more lately, which is both good and bad for various reasons. But yeah, I don't really have any news from maintenance or anything like that other than the personnel. So I think with that kind of ends the information and materials I had. Any questions or discussion that is desired? Or
Commissioners, Cindy Neely has a question, I think.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. You can't see me. I'm sitting in a parked car someplace. So Ben, I have a couple of questions on the projects. The overlay that was done on eastbound through Georgetown this past year seems to end about a half mile before the eastbound overlay begins. We seem to have a gap region in there that has a piece of a rumble strip. Will you take a look at that sometime, please?
Yeah, so actually that's, you know, it's already been in discussion at CDOT and trying to figure out how we're going to take care of that this next construction season. And so it isn't planned to be in the works. I don't know the final decision or where we landed on that, but I'll touch base with Kevin Brown to see what their solution or how they're going to figure that out.
Okay, because that seems a little strange as you're driving down to all of a sudden you're back into this thing that has a piece of a rumble strip, and It essentially is the space between the two bridges, if you know what I mean. It's headed
Right.
east, going under the first bridge, and all of a sudden your new pavement stops and then it starts again at the beginning of the next bridge. My second question has to do with County Road 314. Is County Road 314 completely closed to anybody going through it? I ask this because we have a 93-year-old man that's the way he gets home, and he's not supposed to be on an interstate. So he's got a bit of a problem at the moment. I mean, I hate to see put aged people with macular degeneration out on an interstate when that was their road home. So is County Road 314 between Idaho Springs and Hidden Valley going to be sort of closed indefinitely?
I don't know the answer to that, but I will follow up and find out the answer to that.
Because he's got to get to Home Depot and get a ladder to get back up on his roof.
I did hear just from Mike Doyle today, actually, about that. I'm getting together the information for the rafting preseason meeting, and it sounds like they are going to have one lane metered open this spring and summer, but then they will have to close it again once they put the pedestrian bridge in and have that emergency access available. So there will be some period where it's closed, but it won't be indefinite. But between the repaving and the widening, I think that there's not a solution that allows them to have it open.
Okay. I sort of understand that, but I also understand the problem of the man who's lived his lifetime at the trying to get home and trying to be able to go in and out. So I think at some point we ought to discuss that a little bit, because we don't want to get bad news off the interstate someday.
Right.
And that one, because we need to discuss that property at some point. I would also ask Ben, we've had some correspondence on the CSS process and PLTs. Do all of the projects that you spoke of that relate to the interstate are proceeding with the CSS process?
From my understanding, the resurfacing projects do not typically have a CSS process and PLT projects set up for them.
Well, that's up to the county, I believe. I think even the maintenance projects need to put an inquiry into the county to see whether the county feels that a PLT is needed. In most cases, Clear Creek County has said they don't for a maintenance project, though periodically when it has involved a lot of signs, the county has said yes. So I believe the understanding was that project, not just capital projects, but any projects had to at least make that inquiry.
Okay, I'll follow up with Vanessa and just revisit that topic with her again.
Okay, because essentially, the CSS it sits separately from your NEPA processes, and I don't know whether CDOT has placed CSS now with their environmental department or how they have placed it. But I think we need to come to an understanding once again of how it sort of operates, or what how we have always believed that it operates. So I think it's important for us to sort of review those procedures again, just because there've been staff changes on all sides. This is not a particular thing. I think in general, we have to have understanding of how we're proceeding. And my third question, what was my third question? I just lost my third question.
Snow removal materials, salt.
Oh, Jeff Tackenhorst has resigned. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And who is now then heading maintenance for our region?
So the acting superintendent for section 9 is Paul Fox.
That was earlier in the report, right?
Sorry, I could only tune in when I could tune in. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Cindy. And Ben, I'm pretty sure that on the CSS request, I'm pretty sure she's right on that, but you're right. The right person to check in with will be Vanessa.
Yeah.
Confirm that on your end.
Ever since I got to see that, she's been the right person for me to check in with. So I'm going to keep doing that.
Then we have a question from our newspaper regarding the westbound express lane, regarding its effectiveness in terms of traffic mitigation and when tolling is going to begin.
Yeah, I guess I don't know the exact date off the top of my head when tolling was going to begin. I know it's been discussed and I don't have that date off the top of my head, but I can find that out and then get back to you on that. And then as far as the actual improvement of operations with the implementation of that express lane, I think that's something that with every express lane project, they typically like to analyze, but it takes a while to gather that data to do a sort of before and after picture. So I can reach out and find out either from our traffic operations group or the project team when an analysis is planned to be completed or even initiated.
The last I heard on the tolling was that it had been intended to start sometime in January, but then that was quickly changed within a day or two to sometime in April.
Okay. Yeah, I think the last I had heard was the sometime in January date. So it sounds like you've got more.
Yeah,
recent.
that moved. Yeah.
We also have a question from Chief Babian. He has his hand up.
Hi, I've been looking for some additional guardrail on that eastbound section of 70 from Bakerville down to the Silver Plume interchange there. Would this be a good time for me to have dialogue with somebody on that? I think there's some pretty important pieces there. We've had a couple near misses for fatalities in the creek and.
Yeah, actually, so not just jump right in, but with us moving to that other resurfacing project, that's something we'll want to discuss and bring up when we go to scope that project. So we'll definitely be reaching out to you for more information on that.
That would be awesome. Thank you. That's all I had.
And Ben, that's an example of why a PLT might be handy on even something like a resurfacing project.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions from Randy, you, George, or staff?
Given that it wasn't on Cindy Neely's list, just curious for some commentary on the volume of ice slicer and other materials that have been used this winter.
I don't believe Paul Fox has joined us, but he's going to be who I'm going to look to for an answer on that and more specifics on that.
Okay, well, we do these quarterly and it's midwinter. And so maybe we can have that in the next quarterly update, talk about that. I know some years ago, we formed a team to talk about how to use less of that stuff and kind of just curious to hear how those results are playing out on the roads.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Ben, just for your benefit, so there was several issues. One of them was vegetation on the side of the roads. Another one, really interestingly, was kind of the mist that was created from the products being driven up by passing cars was collecting on electric infrastructure and causing shorting and all kinds of other unplanned drama. And then there was also an issue related to Loveland Ski Area where I think it ended up being saltbergs dropping off of the skiers' vehicles were flowing into one of their water collection areas and causing the salinity to reach unacceptable levels. But that's just a little bit of context around George's question. And I know Jeff used to give us like the amount of cups or gallons thrown on the roads at a very exact number, every meeting.
Right. I think I think Sean covered almost all the pieces of it. I think what was my recollection of is some of the explanations at the time were that there was more use of the salt brine solution that was seen as effective to limit the amount of plowing that needed to be done. There were issues involved with my recollection was that there were issues involved with the staffing shortages and for snowplow drivers and everything else. So it was kind of a blackout policy, but we have had some concerns, and we'll continue to want to monitor and see what the effect is on our vegetation and our water quality, and
Absolutely.
is an environmental issue. As a matter of fact, it was my recollection also is that it was pretty well identified. We had some kind of exploding transformers and stuff going off and they were seeing the salinity. I think that's why they replaced. Excel was starting to replace their older wooden poles with synthetic poles, because the wood would become soaked with the brine during the winter, and salt water makes a great conductor. And so it was, that's what I recall now, is creating fires on the poles because it was conducting between the primary lines. And so there's a number of different, and I recognize there's reasons for doing it, but there's a number of reasons we need to keep an eye on it and have a good dialogue going forward and find those solutions.
That was exactly my 7th grade science fair experiment, was salinity on steel and corrosive. Anyway, yeah.
Thank you, Sean. I really appreciate you taking the time to provide that expanded context. The only thing I think that I heard about when we were having those conversations that you didn't mention was some anecdotes about salinity in wells along the I-70 corridor, which is a fairly alarming thing to find as well.
And so when you say that in wells, you're talking about like privately owned residential or commercial wells?
Yeah. And so some questions about what's happening in the groundwater.
Gotcha.
And Ben, am I correct that during the Bakerville climbing lane project, we would have a chance to do a little bit more of an environmental review, and there'll be more opportunities to go at this from some other angles?
Right, and I think that's going to come up during even the initial phases of that project during the discussion. With the potential to add that additional laneage on I-70, thus more lanes and more product being applied and more plowing and et cetera.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Beth has a question.
Okay, forgive me in advance. So I just have a question. I'm thinking that maybe the westbound PPSL is not fully done and accepted yet. I have had a few people call me, and I might be admitting to having a maternal lead foot in my family, but the speed limit is still 55 between Idaho Springs and Empire Junction. And I think it used to be 65. So I just want to make sure I don't get a ticket. And I'm thinking it's because the PPL isn't finished. The PPSL isn't finished yet. So maybe, do you know offhand?
I don't, but that's actually a good question. It's come up on a couple other projects about signing and the speed limits sort of in that period right post construction, where they may be still finishing out some of the post partial acceptance items. So I'll ask Jeff about that as well.
I think a really good thing that connects to that is also people's understanding of what the express lane is for. They seem to, and I know it's common, but people tend to think the speed limit is somehow higher in the express lane. And because this was not an infrastructure project or a capacity project, it was a decongestion project to reduce the amount of time lost due to congestion. It's not really a lane that has a higher speed limit than the rest. And I know I've taken advantage of the express lane myself and tried to stay somewhere near the speed limit when I'm in there.
Yeah.
And you'll always end up with somebody 5 feet off the back of you flashing brights, expecting you to cross the solid line and get out of the way. When it wasn't, I'm not sure it was Beth. I've even had discussions from Summit County commissioners telling me to get out of the way because they want to see tickets issued for anyone who drives. I had someone actually say that they thought that we should be issuing tickets to anyone who drove under the speed limit in the express lane. And they were serious when they said it. So I think I guess what that brings to mind is that it would be a good idea to have some signage that reminds people somewhere, whether it's in the variable speed signs, something variable messaging signs, to let people know that the speed limit's still, 65 miles an hour or whatever, at this point, even 55 in the express lane and through that section.
I think that also brings to mind some other opportunities for either public information campaigns or teaming with I-70 coalition through their PI efforts, and just what how these express lanes are supposed to be used. So that's a great point.
I'll be good, but I have just one more. So when you're coming westbound to on I-70 and you get off at Georgetown exit and you make that left to go under the overpass, the stop sign and the white line are like way back. And so you stop and then you pull out, but then the traffic coming under the overpass doesn't have a stop sign. And so you have this massive congestion of people who don't know whether to stop or start. And I know in Idaho Springs, we had this at exit 240, and they moved the white line and the stop sign a little bit and adjusted kind of the off ramp. I just didn't know. I see so many near accidents at this time of year during ski traffic at that exit. I just thought I might see if we could help some people out.
Yeah, and that's another issue that we can look at on that resurfacing project, even though it's not within the exact limits of the paving. It will be in the sort of area of the project, and if it's a simple striping fix, then maybe that's something that we can take care of after we do some engineering analysis and review it.
I have one more question, if you can hear me, which.
Yeah, go ahead, Cindy. We can hear you.
Thank you. The westbound PPSL is permitted by Clear Creek County with the 1041 permit. And that permit had a whole list of conditions. And so as the lane gets accepted, what Clear Creek County will of course be doing is reviewing the 1041 permit to make sure that those conditions were met. And I think I'm just sort of saying this, Ben, so that you're aware of that. I am also not aware and not sure whether the Bakerville climbing lane will require another 1041 permit from Clear Creek County. And so I think that we will be checking with our legal folks to see whether that is a requirement. But I believe that the 1041 regulations that Clear Creek County has adopted, keep those in the back of your head too.
That's another primary reason for the PLT and for our inclusion in it. If we make the decision that we want to be in it, it helps us to be far enough into the conversation to make a really good conscious decision about whether we need a 1041 when we see all the elements.
I was lucky enough to be introduced to sort of the 1041 process a little earlier in my career, and then slowly, obviously, coming up to speed on it. But I am aware of that, and I know CDOT does its tracking of requirements of that permit to make sure that we're doing those. So I will follow up on that and make sure that I stay in tune with that.
Any other questions from staff or Randy, you or George? If not, we're about to set a new land speed record for the quarterly update.
In that case, I've got questions.
It's kind of funny after the discussion about speed limits.
Try.
I am done. Thank you, CDOT. I don't have any other questions for you.
Yep. Thanks so much. So this is the last item on our agenda today. I know we kind of ran all the way up to the end of our executive, or I'm sorry, our gosh, having a mind fart, our meeting earlier. Do we have anything else to discuss in executive session? Peter?
No, sir, there's nothing else.
Okay, then. We stand adjourned then. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.